Good morning. Welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. In case number 9619, we're on the record in the matter of the Maryland Storage Pilot hearing. Thank you for joining us today. Obviously, energy storage has been a big issue as most states and their utilities grapple with ways to accommodate more renewables and have more energy efficiency on their grids. Back in 2016, many utility planners wouldn't consider energy storage just because of the cost, but that has been changing dramatically over the past few years. If we take a look back just a few years ago in 2017, Maryland became the first state in the country to offer a tax credit on energy storage projects. Later that year, the PSC kicked off PC 44 and inaugurated the Energy Storage Work Group, which is now headed by one of our judges, Judge Kristen Lawrence. Later in 2018, the state required our PPRP to produce an energy storage report, which I've referenced in previous hearings. And this has been a resource for the state to use in guiding some of our discussions. They looked at more than a dozen barriers to energy storage. They looked at different metrics, both benefits and costs. The Commission's work group continued to move forward. And in March of 2019, we held a similar hearing before the Commission where we had the utilities, PPRP, MEA, staff, and OPC before us, where they commented on a regulatory proof of concept proposal. This was the precursor to the energy pilot that was established by law. That law, the Maryland Energy Storage Pilot Project Act of 2019, was later signed in, by Governor Hogan in May of 2019. That changed in a very dramatic way the proof of concept proposal that we were looking at and obligated the utilities to come forward and file their projects either by April 15th or September 15th of this year. I'm happy that the utilities were working ahead of schedule, and on April 15th, we received 6 proposals from the Exelon utilities, and we received 1 proposal from Potomac Edison. Today, we're going to be reviewing those proposals before us, evaluating them based on some of the metrics and the value streams that Judge Lawrence and her work group signaled to the Commission in her report of December 31st of last year. Obviously, some of the costs of these projects in the neighborhood total of $35 million is not insignificant, but I would argue that the benefits are not insignificant either, even though some of them may be more difficult to calculate than others. I would also note that perhaps it's suspicious that we're meeting today because on Friday of last week, we had the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit settle some controversy that's been lingering since 2018, when our federal counterpart developed a new legal framework to allow storage resources to compete in the wholesale energy markets. That long-awaited ruling upheld a provision that bars states from prohibiting their energy resources from participating in the wholesale electricity market, such as PJM. So regardless of what side of that argument you were on, there is now finality and certainty for our energy resources, that they could both be within the distribution side, actively participate and collect any value streams from the wholesale side. So we're going to kick it off today. We have 2 days allotted, and if we need to use 2 days, we'll use the full 2 days. We're going to begin the morning by having the Exelon utilities present their 6 proposals, followed by Potomac Edison and its sole proposal. Afterwards, we'll hear from OPC and then Commission staff regarding their responsive comments. I should note that 12 parties filed comments, either expressing concern or expressing outright support for these proposals. Of those 12 comments, 4 of them were very substantive, including those from MEA, PPRP, Commission staff, and Office of People's Counsel. During the utilities presentations, it's obviously an opportunity to respond to any concerns, recommendations, or criticisms that were received in those comments that I just referenced. If I did not call your party by name, and if you wish to present today, I would ask that you contact and send an email to Molly Knoll. Her email address is in the June 29th, 2020 notice. If you send her a note, she'll signal me to call you at the appropriate time. Additionally, we have a court reporter transcribing today's record. So when you do present, please state your name, spell your name, provide your title and affiliation. So with that, we're about to begin today's hearing, but I'd like to recognize Commissioner O'Donnell for some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to briefly thank all of the participants, both in the work group, in the legislature, and in the executive branch, who have worked so hard to bring this technology forward. We're going to hear evidence and thoughts today in this legislative style hearing about how we may or may not proceed. But I think it's important to note that a lot of work has gone into this for a lot of years. And I think it was important to thank a lot of people for helping us even get to this point of having a legislative style hearing. And it's exciting for me. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I would echo those comments. And it's an exciting day. It's taken us a lot to get here. I do believe Maryland has the potential to become a leader in utility scale energy storage. So I look forward to hearing the proposals today. So with that, we will turn to the first presenter, which is the Exelon Utilities, representing 3 of our IOUs, including Baltimore Gas and Electric, Pepco, and Delmarva Power and Light.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Daniel Herson on behalf of the Exelon Utilities. Can you hear me okay?
Mr. Herson, we could hear you fine. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm representing the Exelon Utilities today, Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, Delmarva Power and Light Company, and Potomac Electric Power Company. We want to thank the Commission for holding this hearing. My colleague Kyle Hare is sharing a slide deck. He'll actually be driving the deck today, but I'll be speaking to it. BGE, Delmarva Power, and Pepco are pleased to be able to present to the Commission and stakeholders our proposals for energy storage projects. We're excited about the possibilities and potential each of these projects has to help the Commission, stakeholders, the utilities, and our customers learn about how energy storage technologies and business models can be deployed by utilities and utility partners to improve electric system safety and reliability, advance state policy goals, and further the understanding and applications of this innovative technology. Mr. Hare, can you advance to the next slide, please? I'd like to provide some background on how the Exelon Utilities approach the project proposal process. First of all, we'd really like to thank the energy storage work group leaders, starting with the executive secretary who was leading that work group back in the early days of PC 44. And then he passed the torch along to Public Utility Law Judge Lawrence. That work group was a very useful and helpful process to learn about energy storage technology, to explore project ideas, the available benefits, some of the potential costs, to get feedback from the participants on some of the initial proposals, and to learn from those who have had experience in this area before. It really was a collaborative process. And as the Exelon Utilities put their proposal together, we were very much trying to adhere to the letter and the spirit of the Maryland Energy Storage Pilot Project Act, which of course has now been codified as new Public Utilities Article Section 7216. It was very important to the Exelon Utilities to have all 4 of the business models in the statute represented in our suite of proposals. So as you see in the proposals before you today, we have one of the utility owned and operated models, the utility owned and third party operated model, the third party owned and operated model, as well as the virtual power plant. And in all senses, we tried to propose projects that were cost effective where possible, or if not cost effective, at least looking for projects that would defer or replace system needs, provide grid benefits, or advance the state's policy goals. In order to develop the proposals, we engaged in a very competitive solicitation process that involved interviews and technical and financial evaluations. And I'd like to thank the Energy Storage Association, ESA, for assisting us in this process. They were a work group participant, but they also helped us identify potential recipients for RFPs and such. So BGE and PHI started this with a request for information, or RFI, that was issued last fall to 65 vendors. 7 vendors responded with information on technology and recommended approaches for the projects. Then BG and PHI issued requests for proposals, RFPs, to 87 vendors. 17 vendors submitted 73 separate bids for consideration, and there were multiple bids on each project, each business model. When we approached this process, we were looking for projects and vendors that appreciated and shared the Exelon Utilities vision on the emerging importance of energy storage for utilities. Then we selected and submitted the final proposals to the PSC on April 15th, 2020. We did see some of the comments that were filed, and we're very pleased to see significant support from a variety of stakeholders. 53 members of the Maryland General Assembly have signed on to support these proposals, including 50 that signed a single letter. The Maryland League of Conservation Voters, the Maryland District of Columbia and Virginia Solar Energy Industries Association, Energy Storage Association, University of Maryland Medical Center, Montgomery County Council, Maryland Clean Energy Center, and Maryland Energy Innovation Center, to name a few. We're very pleased to see enthusiastic support for the concepts and proposals put forth to the Commission for review. Mr. Hare, can you please go to the next slide? So here you see a high-level overview map of the state of Maryland showing the general location of the Exelon Utilities projects. In PEPCO's service territory, they have examples in Montgomery County and Silver Spring, as well as in Prince George's County and Oxon Hill National Harbor area. BGE's projects are located in the southern portion of BGE's electric service territory in the Fairhaven and Chesapeake Beach areas. Delmarva Power has 2 projects, one in the far northeastern reaches of the Chesapeake Bay and the very distinctive Elk Neck Peninsula, and then in the Ocean City area along the Atlantic coast. Next slide, please, Mr. Hare. So I'd like to talk at first about the BG&E project proposals. And though I'll be speaking to them, we have a number of folks from the BGE team that are on the line today to help me in answering any questions that the Commission has. So I'd like to introduce them. We have Mr. Hare, who I already mentioned, as well as Mr. Justin Felt from our strategy department. They basically oversaw the development and preparation of the project proposals. We also have Ms. Stacy Ono and Mr. Luke Hassemeyer, who were the engineers that were part of this team putting together the proposals. Ms. Claudette DuPont, who is from project management, who was in charge of procurement. Mr. David Bloom from our energy acquisition group, who handled PJM interconnection issues. Mr. Paul Russell from our pricing and tariffs group, who helped put together the benefit cost analyses for the projects. And then we also have representatives from the preferred vendors on both of the BGE projects. Mr. Michael T. Tamble from ABB Hitachi. ABB Hitachi is the preferred vendor for the Fairhaven project. And Ms. Judith Judson of Amoresco is the preferred vendor for the Chesapeake Beach project. All of them are on the line today and available to assist with any questions. Next slide, please. So what you're seeing here is the BGE identified area of need. Of course, as we know, the statute makes a preference for projects that can defer or avoid traditional utility investment projects. So BGE reviewed all identified overloads system-wide and compared the costs of a battery energy storage system installation versus a traditional project. And we identified a pretty good candidate in the southern reaches of our electric distribution service territory. So the map that you're seeing there is essentially the lower reaches, the southern extent of our service territory. The top part being southern part of Anne Arundel County, and the bottom part being the northern part of Calvert County. And essentially what we have here is a situation. We have three 34 kV circuits in a north-south configuration. And we noticed that during the winter time period, this is an area of our territory that does not have natural gas supply. It's solely supplied by electric service. So we tend to have high load during the winter time. We identified a contingency that two of those three circuits, which share a right-of-way and a common tower line, if they were to become incapacitated for some reason, the load for three substations, 10, 13 kV feeders, and basically the supply for 9,000 customers switches over to a third 34 kV circuit, and that circuit quickly becomes overloaded and exceeds its emergency rating. The consequences of that, unfortunately, would be customer load shedding in the middle of winter, which is something we're trying to avoid. The traditional remedy for this contingency would be to underground 10 miles of one of the first two circuits at a significant cost. However, we determined, after studying this area and the situation, that we could basically avoid the contingency if we constructed battery energy storage systems with a total installed capacity of 3.5 megawatts, as well as some minor upgrades to one of the existing overhead circuits, and we could avoid the undergrounding project. The other reason that this area is good is that it's a pretty rural area. There's plenty of room down there to site two projects, and also no additional utility real property acquisition would be required because we can site one of the projects on an existing BG substation. Having the two projects in relatively close proximity to each other also allows for a unique learning opportunity, which we think is keeping with the pilot project statute spirit, basically having two projects with different business models, different battery setups, and different developers working together. You also have backup benefits there from some redundancy built in, for example, minimizing maintenance downtime and enhancing resiliency during a storm event. Now, we do realize that we've presented two projects to the Commission as a package proposal. That is our recommendation. However, I do want to assure the Commission that there is some ability to adjust the size of either project if the Commission so desires, so long as the 3.5 megawatt total is obtained to address the contingency. Both of the developers that we've selected are open to shifting the size, but of course, that's not our recommendation. We do believe that the proposal we've put forth to the Commission is really the ideal combination to address the contingency, bring value to our customers, and maximize the pilot program learnings. Next slide, please. So we'll talk about the Fairhaven project first. This is a 2.5 megawatt capacity project with output of between 4 and 7.1 megawatt hours, depending on the point in time of the lifespan of the project. This would fall under Model 1 in the statute, which is a utility-only, utility-owned and operated model. BG would operate the battery for grid reliability, and in PJM markets, it would basically be a front-of-the-meter application. As I mentioned earlier, ABB Hitachi is the proposed developer. It's a lithium-ion setup. The primary application would be for the grid reliability and distribution infrastructure avoidance. The battery energy storage system would essentially provide discharge capacity during the winter peak load conditions. We would communicate an interval signal to the control system to engage. And we expect that we could do this up to 10 times per winter season. But since we own the asset, we could do it more if necessary. When it wasn't being used for grid reliability purposes, we could offer it into the PJM wholesale market services. And right now we've identified the primary market as the frequency regulation market. Any revenue that we would receive could be a direct credit to the revenue requirements for the project to benefit our customers. This is located at the Fairhaven substation. It's an existing substation in Tracy's Landing, southern Anne Arundel County. The expected cost is $9.8 million. for the 10-year term of the project, and we do include cost tables for all of these projects in the appendix to the slide deck. And in terms of bill impact to customers, it's a combined 1 cent per month in net savings for both the Fairhaven and Chesapeake projects. Next slide, please. The Chesapeake Beach project is a 1 megawatt project with an output of between 1.5 and 2 megawatt hours. This is under Model 3 in the statute, which is a third-party ownership, and it's front of the meter. This would not be located on any utility property. Ameresco is the proposed developer, owner, and operator of this project. It is also a lithium-ion setup. The primary application for BGE would be grid reliability and distribution infrastructure avoidance. We would provide a discharge capacity signal during winter peak load conditions, and we could call on that up to 10 times per season. When we were not calling on it, Ameresco could offer the battery into the PJM wholesale market services, and we would be entitled, BGE would be entitled to a share of any annual revenue above a set threshold amount. In terms of location for this project, Ameresco is focusing in on 2 locations at this point in northern Calvert County. They have not made a final selection yet, but they are getting close to that. It would be a $2.5 million cost. And again, as I mentioned earlier, combined with Fairhaven, it would be a 1 cent per month net savings to the bills of all of our customers. Next slide, please. On this slide, you're seeing a representation of Table 11 from the application that was submitted to the Commission as updated. We did file several updates and erratas prior to this hearing, but what you're seeing in front of you here is the final product. Just point out some key points on this table. I realize there are a lot of numbers here, but the bottom line is that BGE found both projects to be benefit cost positive, 1.23 for Fairhaven, 1.98 for Chesapeake Beach. And just to highlight a couple of the value drivers here, the big one, of course, is avoiding the 30-year traditional infrastructure project, the undergrounding of the 10 miles of overhead circuit. There's also, we believe, some optionality value of having a decision point after 10 years on whether we would need to reinvest in the project or not, depending on the conditions at that time. There's also PJM services revenue that reduces cost to ratepayers. And then a couple unquantified benefits, but benefits that we feel is still important for a pilot project. Those would be the learnings for the future deployment of multiple storage systems to solve distribution system needs, and then just the experience in working with battery storage technology through ownership and collaboration with third parties, which was sort of that unique learning that or opportunity that I spoke to before about having 2 different projects in close proximity to each other. Next slide, please. I did want to take a moment here to respond to some of the stakeholder comments. First of all, BGE would like to say that we're very pleased that Commission staff, Maryland Energy Administration, Maryland Office of People Counsel, and the Power Plant Research Program of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources provided supportive comments for both of the BGE projects. We do realize that they made important points in their comments, and we are prepared to answer any questions about those today, but we were in general pleased to see that overall they're supportive of the projects. A couple points on the staff analysis. Staff approached its analysis based on a deferral of the undergrounding project rather than avoidance of the need altogether. We took a little different tack there. We do believe that we can avoid that undergrounding project altogether because both the traditional approach and the proposed approach involve investments either in total or in part that have a 30-year useful life. So we did fashion our benefit cost analysis over a 30-year time span. The upgrades to the one of the overhead circuits will have components that basically have a 30-year lifespan as well. That would be some interconnection work, as well as some tower replacements and some vegetation management. So we really do view these projects as allowing us to completely avoid the need to underground the line rather than just a mere deferral for a number of years. Also, we noticed that staff's analysis discounted the BGE claim of optionality benefits. It is, of course, hard to look to the future and know with absolute clarity what's going to happen, but we do believe that there's value in being able to make a decision after 10 years based on the system needs at the time and decide whether to leave the batteries in place, to enhance the batteries, to possibly relocate the batteries to another portion of the service territory where they could be used, to resize the batteries, or possibly just to recycle them and recapture some of the costs. So we do believe optionality should be included in the analysis. And we were trying to follow the work group example when possible, and that was certainly one of the identified value streams in their December 2019 submission. So that concludes the presentation on the BGE projects. I'm going to hand the slide deck over to my colleague, Matt Seegers, who will now describe the Delmarva Power and Light as well as the EPCO projects for the commission.
And Mr. Herson, before I let you go, I think we'll save most of our questions to the end of your presentation, but there may be some commissioners with questions hot on their mind right now for the BGE projects. So let me pause there and see if commissioners have questions on those two projects.
I'm still, Mr. Herson, good morning. It's
Good morning.
Commissioner Herman. How are you
Hi,
today?
how are you? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm still having a little trouble understanding why, for the Exelon utilities, BGE took this 30-year approach and everybody else is on a 15-year approach. So to me, that's kind of a distinction. And is it because you feel like you don't have to underground this line, and that's different than what Pepco and Delmarva upgrades that are deferred? Is that the difference?
Yes, Commissioner Herman, essentially it is. I mean, we were looking at the project that we would avoid, which was the undergrounding of the 10 miles, which we thought really would have a lifespan of at least 30 years, possibly even longer. So when we were looking at the benefit cost analysis, we thought it was appropriate to try to compare against that. And so if we're going to be putting the batteries in, as well as some other upgrades to the overhead circuits, we thought it was appropriate in order to make an apples to apples comparison to put it on a 30-year basis. So that's.
But what if the batteries? What if the batteries get moved? You know, particularly for the third-party owned battery. You know, what if they say, "Okay, the pilot's over. I'm picking up my battery and taking it somewhere else where I can make more money"?
Well, we can certainly approach some of those issues in the final contract negotiations with the developers. We are still in discussions with them. So one of the benefits of having this hearing before finalizing contracts is to hear some of those concerns and try to address them in the contracts with the developers. If the commitment from BGE, of course, with the utility-owned project is to maintain the batteries there. If the third-party developer elected after the first useful life span of the batteries to go elsewhere, you know, certainly BGE could explore either with another developer or with ourselves, possibly taking over ownership of batteries, a continuation of that particular project. So there are options to explore there, but essentially that's why we approached it as a 30-year versus 30-year.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Herson, can you hear me?
I can, Commissioner O'Donnell. How are you?
Good, sir. Thank you for the presentation. A two-part question. One, the Chesapeake Beach project, when does the developer expect to make a location decision? You said soon, but do you know when to expect that? And then the second part is,
sorry, go ahead.
How much outreach has been done to the municipal government and or the county government with regard to siting to be in compliance with planning and zoning and all that sort of stuff? You may not be that far along, but can you just talk to us a little bit about any outreach that has occurred with local governments?
Sure. Well, so to answer your first question, my understanding is that Ameresco is pretty close to making a decision I don't know if that's weeks or perhaps a month or so. We do have Ms. Judson available today. Perhaps she can offer some specifics on the timeline for that when I conclude answering your question. Regarding outreach, we have conducted outreach. For instance, in Anne Arundel County, we reached out to County Council member Jessica Hare, who represents that portion of the county where the projects, the Fairhaven project would be located. She is very supportive of the project. We did reach out to County Executive Pittman's office. He's aware of the project. I don't believe he took a position one way or the other. We also reached out to the Calvert County Administrator, as well as the Calvert County Council. I don't believe we got any reaction from them one way or the other. But we have made the outreach to inform the community leaders about the projects, what they entail, what they're going to see in their neighborhood and the communities.
How about the town council and mayor of Chesapeake Beach?
Honestly, Commissioner, I'm not certain about the Chesapeake Beach officials. I can find out from our external affairs coordinator, Mr. David Wright, who is the representative for the company in that part of our service territory, and I can let you know. But as I sit here today, I do not know whether they have been contacted or not.
Thank you.
Ms. Judson, are you on the line? Can you speak to Commissioner O'Donnell's first question?
Yes, thank you. Hi, this is Judith Judson. Hopefully you can hear me. I am Vice President of Distributed Energy Systems for Ameresco, who is developing this project. And I want to let you know we're in conversations with the site owners right now, narrowing our selection. We are moving forward with discussions on the site lease for the site. We've had site visits from our staff. We're based in Massachusetts, but we have a local office in Maryland. And so we expect that to be within the next few weeks that we would be able to finalize that. We have done over 700 megawatts of projects across the country, and we always work very closely with the municipalities and just really recognize the value and importance of that in order to do our permitting. So we'll work very closely with BGE in any outreach to the communities. Mr. Herson, does that answer your questions, or would you like me to elaborate further on that for the commission?
I'll actually defer that to Commissioner O'Donnell, see if his question was answered.
Thank you for the answer. I appreciate it.
So, Mr. Herson, good morning. I actually had a couple of questions picking up on the topic that Commissioner Herman was speaking on regarding the projections. As you know, and as everybody knows, the economy has taken a bit of a downturn over the last several months. Has BGE thought twice about some of the projections that they're relying on for both the Chesapeake and Fairhaven projects? Do you think it's still something that's going to match the projections that you've made already?
We do, Commissioner Linton. Certainly COVID-19 situation has had an impact on a lot of things, and we understand and accept that. And I think we're trying to address some of those issues in our multi-year plan, which is also pending before the commission. For these particular projects, though, I will point out that we're pretty confident in this because this is a situation that actually exists today. And in fact, we have already had, unfortunately, several years ago, we already had a load shedding event in this area during the polar vortex, I believe. We had a situation where the rating on that third circuit exceeded its emergency rating. So we did have to engage in the load shedding. So we've already experienced this issue. So I don't necessarily think that this is a problem that needs to be addressed in the future. It's a problem that really needs to be addressed.
Okay, so we're not just talking about avoidance of projects going forward, but you're also looking at trying to address concerns that exist already.
Correct. Yeah, we haven't had an incident like that since the 2015 incident, but there's no saying that it couldn't happen again. So
Okay.
this is something we need to address right now. So when we were looking at the two solutions, we found this battery setup and slight upgrade to one of the overhead circuit options to be more cost effective than the traditional undergrounding investment.
Okay, so in your answer, first part of your answer, you referenced the multi-year rate case that the BG has pending in another docket. The staff pointed out that some elements of this this project here are incorporated in that case.
Yes. Yes, they
Talk to me. Talk to me a little bit about the impact of a decision here on that A4 case. Is there something that the commission needs to be thinking about or concerned about? Are there any issues here in your opinion? I know I'm kind of asking. I have to ask several people on this one, aside from yourself. But what's your thoughts on this?
Yes, very good question, Commissioner Linton. First, to answer the first part of the question, yes, these projects are currently contained in the multi-year proposal before the commission. So both the Fairhaven and Chesapeake Beach projects are in the multi-year plan, as well as the minor upgrades to the existing overhead circuit that would need to accompany both these projects to address the identified contingency. When we were putting together the multi-year plan, which was roughly the same time that we were putting together the storage proposal, we felt it was appropriate to include those in the multi-year plan. But it was a situation where we acknowledged that the commission, it's subject to their prerogative on whether they want to approve these projects or not. So that, of course, if unfortunately the commission chose not to approve the projects, then that would be an adjustment to the multi-year plan. I think the important thing to know is the way BG has pitched the multi-year plan is that customers are only going to pay for actual work completed. So if there's any variance between what's been put in the multi-year plan and then what ends up happening in real life, there is a proposed true-up mechanism in that plan to make sure customers are not paying more than what was actually done. So I will acknowledge, Commissioner Linton, that there is some interplay between this proceeding and the multi-year plan. But when we were putting that together, we just thought it was most prudent to put the battery projects in the plan as opposed to the undergrounding.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and I appreciate that. I know that's a bit of an awkward question for you, but I appreciate the answer, and I also appreciate knowing that the company was at least aware of the possible conflict issues that the commission would have to address.
Yes,
so,
absolutely. And if I wasn't clear before, the undergrounding project is not in the multi-year plan. The 10-year,
okay.
the 10-mile undergrounding, that is not currently in the multi-year.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Herson. So we'll turn to Mr. Seegers at this point.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Can you hear and see me okay?
We can on both, yes.
Thank you very much, and good morning once again. And I would like to echo Mr. Herson and how excited the PHI companies are to be here today and to present these projects here for your consideration. I would like to begin by introducing the members of the PHI team who will be presenting the projects. First of which is Mr. Steve Sunderhoff, who was our project lead and was in charge of project design for our 4 projects. Next is Mr. Tom Shetty, who contributed to the modeling work for all 4 of the projects. We also have available Miss Marge Brubaker, who assisted with PJM and wholesale issues for these projects. Mr. Mason Maddox, who handled engineering matters for the 2 Pepco projects. Mr. Ranjit Saki, who handled engineering matters for the 2 Delmarva Power projects. And Mr. Jason Tucker, who also handled fire safety and site specifics for all 4 of the projects. And we have 4 projects to present for the Commission's consideration today. two projects for Delmarva Power, one of which is located in Cecil County in the Elk Neck, and it is a virtual power plant. The second is a utility owned and operated proposal in Ocean City in Worcester County, Maryland. For Pepco, we have two projects, the first of which will be a utility owned and third party operated battery located in National Harbor in Prince George's County. And then the fourth project is a third-party owned and operated battery to be located at the Montgomery County Bus Depot in Montgomery County. And I would like to turn it over to Mr. Sunderhoff, who will be walking you through the four PHI projects.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you and see you.
Good, good, thank you. All right, so first step, if you can move to the next slide. The selection process that we used. Yeah, hang on a second here. Yeah, the first project that we'd like to go through the selection process that we used for the selection. We had our engineering teams look for deferral / avoidance of more costly utility infrastructure investments. It's the first item that they looked through on their site selection process. We looked for sites that could improve the reliability of the existing distribution network. The third one was we looked for opportunities to improve the quality of electric service, voltage and VAR issues and that type of thing in a particular site location. We looked at an opportunity to improve hosting capacity for distribution energy resources. As we begin to have hosting constraints in different areas, that presents a battery opportunity. We looked for site availability to make certain that the site there was available space for any batteries that we plan to put in place. Then we looked at the achievement of state energy policy goals. Were there goals that we could particularly achieve or help to achieve through the placement of these energy storage batteries? Then the next thing, we looked for unique energy storage business model opportunities. As Mr. Herson and Mr. Seegers both referenced, each of these models that we have selected offers a different model under the four business models that were identified in the statute. And we looked for unique storage learnings opportunities. Is there something that we could gain from a particular project that we wouldn't gain from another project that we had proposed? All of that in the context of having a total capped megawatt aggregate size restriction of 10 megawatts across all of the utilities in Maryland, and the required February 2022 operational date. For Delmarva Power, 5 possible projects were identified. For Pepco, 12 possible projects were identified. That was subsequently narrowed to the 2 finalists for each company based on the relative value given all of the criteria that we looked at. We had a competitive vendor selection process, as Mr. Herson mentioned. 65 vendors participated in the RFI process, and an additional a total of 87 storage vendors participated in the RFP process. So a lot of vendors had the opportunity to present a lot of different projects, and we looked at each of those presentations and had subsequent discussions. Next slide. The first project we'll talk about is the Elk Neck project. It's a unique project on a peninsula in the Chesapeake Bay. And if you flip to the next slide. The site location is on a peninsula on the Chesapeake Bay. Many of you may have visited the site. It's an isolated peninsula and a number of residential homes are just south of Elk Neck State Park and just north of the Turkey Point Lighthouse. The unique thing about this site is it's at 300 plus residential customers south of Elk Neck Park, served by a 4-mile-long radial feeder, kind of an isolated service. It provides a unique virtual power plant project opportunity. It's in a fairly contained community. We've selected an experienced vendor for virtual power plants, Sunverge Energy Inc., as part of the process, so they can bring in some of their expertise that they've had with their projects in other locations such as TVA and California and Toronto and now New York State. We move to the next slide. The size of this project is proposed at a 0.5 megawatt size with a 1.5 megawatt hour energy capability. Again, it's a virtual power plant project model, which is an aggregation of residential energy storage behind the meter. Our intended target is 110 residential customers. Again, the developer is SunVerge Energy. The energy storage wholesale operation, this is going to be a virtual PJM virtual power plant pilot is what we envision. That's how we have planned to lay it out. It's going to be one of the unique projects within the PJM footprint, kind of where batteries are going in the long run. The energy storage technology that's selected is LG Electronics with a 5 kW 19.6 kilowatt hour battery pack installed at each residential home. The primary application is going to be, again, grid reliability and backup power for residences. The secondary application is integration of additional DER and possible PJM market participation through the pilot opportunity within PJM. Location, Elk Neck Peninsula, Cecil County, Maryland. Project cost is $4 million over a 10-year horizon, $3.5 million on a present value basis. The net bill impact for customers over that period is residential customers a 9-cent bill impact over a 15-year horizon. Move to the next slide. And really, when we looked at it, we looked at the benefit cost ratios over a 15-year life period. And we followed the working group's recommendations on the various benefits that could be quantified. Those include air emissions, public health benefits, energy conservation during the time of peak, peak shaving, energy arbitrage, and regulation in the PJM markets, with a total present value benefit of about 1.2 million over that 15-year life horizon. And one of the notables for the unquantified benefits costs, but if you add in the unquantified benefits, that's where we think you have additional value that makes this project particularly meritorious. First item is avoided residential outages. This is an isolated community with greater outage vulnerability due to its unique geographic area in the state. And it's difficult for us to estimate the precise number of outages that are avoided. And so that's a difficult number to come up with. NOx emissions reductions for both the avoided use of residential fossil fuel generators during outage events, but also avoided large power plant emissions that are avoided by the use of batteries during peak load periods. Noise avoidance, if anyone has driven through a neighborhood with outages, a lot of people with backup power units create a significant noise level for communities. And one of the things that this could avoid for customers with a battery backup power availability is the avoided noise of these backup generators. Improved land use by lessening the need for additional distribution, transmission, and generation equipment to meet higher electric peak loads, and avoid distribution line upgrades, perhaps through the Elk Neck State Park. Distribution hosting capacity improvement, and this is particularly notable for residential battery systems, where the solar photovoltaic arrays and the batteries can be basically hooked together to allow backup power for periods when the sun is not shining on the photovoltaic array.
Sir, just for a moment. It appears that we have an issue with the court reporter. I see you, Linda. Linda, if you could unmute and let us know what your concern is.
I need to take a break. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we take a 10-minute break, start to interrupt in the midst of your program, and we'll reconvene at 11 a.m.
Very good.
Thank you.
We can test. All right, Kevin's yeah.
All right. Madam Court Reporter, can you hear us? Are you still online? Well, we'll give her about another minute, and we may proceed without the court reporter if that's the case. So let's wait one more minute.
Oh.
It felt like my blood pressure plummeted, and I was sweating, and it was just. Can you hear me?
Hi, Madam Court Reporter, we could hear you. How are you feeling?
I felt like my blood pressure was plummeting, and I was sweating real bad, and my head was spinning, and
Okay.
they gave me some juice, and I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to come back to normal, but it was very scary.
Well, hopefully you're feeling a little better with the fluids. Are you able to continue at this point?
I'm certainly going to try.
Okay. Thank you. And if you don't feel capable of continuing, we'll move forward without your services. But by all means, do what you need to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will go back on the record, and we will continue with the presentation by the gentleman from PHI.
Right. Can you hear me?
You can.
Okay. Basically back to where we left off, which was the idea of additional hosting of distribution, hosting capacity improvements there. And the comment there is support for the integration of photovoltaic arrays in a number of ways, not only for the direct connection availability to the battery itself, but also for helping with volt power concerns, that type of thing. And so allowing the Elk project to test some of that capability. Enhanced support for EV transportation. In the event of an outage, if a homeowner had a battery, they could charge the EV for some period of time. Economic development related to the opportunity for jobs for marketing and installation and maintenance of the batteries. And the support for people working from home in the event of an outage, notable at this time. All of those provide learnings for both the VPP model to the utility and to Maryland stakeholders, and also for the PJM market integration, notable given the recent court decision as well in terms of that integration. From a non-utility standpoint, I do want to mention that anybody can participate under the proposed program, regardless of supplier. So anybody can participate in that. And also the idea that third parties, that we're relying on a third party to actually install the battery systems. Grid services support, as we mentioned, for the flexibility of delivery of electricity through an aggregated platform that'll control all of these batteries simultaneously. Support for resilience, and I know that none of us have been able to measure exactly what value resilience has, but if you look at the current pandemic, anything that makes systems more reliable in an area-wide outage system is really notable in terms of its helping the local community and helping Maryland economically. Other social benefits, I do want to point out that this is a unique location in the eastern shore of Maryland. Again, on an isolated peninsula in Chesapeake Bay, that's a notable location. And finally, this idea of customer willingness to pay, and we know there's been a lot of discussion of how much people should pay for these services, but what this will do is after the conclusion of the pilot period, we'll be able to do market research that gets a sense of what customers are willing to pay for battery backup and the types of services and benefits that batteries can provide. So we think that's helpful in terms of guiding the path forward. Kyle, if you do the next slide for us. I wanted to respond to a couple of the comments that we received from staff. A lot of the parties were intrigued by the virtual power plant model. I had a number of comments about it. And one of the comments from staff is why not move the project to Ocean City And we think Elk Neck is a preferred location. It's an isolated community served by a 4-mile long feeder traveling through a state park. And as a result, there are more frequent outages at this location compared to Ocean City. In the general area, there were, I think, 39 last year. Many of the residents in Ocean City are seasonal residences, so they wouldn't have full advantage of the battery over the entire calendar period. And many of the residences in the Ocean City area are located in large multifamily buildings where residential battery installations are impractical. So that's kind of thinking that we have in terms of the Elk Neck location. The Maryland Energy Administration asked why 110 homes. I assume that means why not fewer homes. The idea is that addresses a customer attrition expected at about 1% per year. And we want to make sure that we have sufficient home sites for project evaluation. And I know there were a number of comments that were filed that said, hey, let's look at these virtual power plants and see how they integrate with other Maryland programs. And so we have in mind building a matrix that begins to track all of that information. But the more different interactions that you want to look at, the larger the sample size. So we think 110 homes is about the right level to really get a good sense of how a virtual power plant would work and what the mechanics of that are. Next slide. And OPC had suggested that virtual power plants cannot participate in the PJM market. And we know that today University of Delaware does with behind the meter electric vehicles. And we know more recently it came into information that I've received from one of my colleagues that the Andrews Air Force Base did a similar project with EVs that basically participated in the PJM Regulation D market. So that was available as well. We've held discussions with PJM staff, and we are planning on submitting a pilot project application to PJM for the integration of this virtual power plant. It's one of the recommendations that PJM has provided to us in those discussions. And again, the comment that DPL should track participation in other programs and the savings, we plan to track that information. And again, with 110 customers, we're going to get a mix of things, everything from solar arrays, existing solar arrays, to participation in the direct load control programs, to participation in select and power programs, et cetera. So we'll have a variety of information available after the pilot is completed. And the idea that OPC had that customers with solar arrays should be invited to participate in the program. We intend to include customers that are participating in NEM as part of that process and invite them to connect their solar arrays to the battery. That would be at their cost. But if they're interested in doing so, we would certainly support that. Next slide. Okay, and now we're moving over to the Ocean City Power project, which is
Mr. Sunderhoff,
yes. Commissioner
before we
Herman.
move,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, would you like for us to hold our questions, or should we go on the virtual power plant now?
No, you know what, the Elk Neck plant is very unique. I think we all probably have some questions on this virtual power plant. So why don't you begin the questioning?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, Mr. Sunderhoff, I have a number of questions. If I do a little bit of math, this is pretty expensive per household. If you're talking about 110 households, and at $4 million, that's $40,000 a household. Do I have that right?
Right, so it approximately correct, right? But it includes the aggregation platform. So it's the aggregation platform plus the batteries installed behind the meter at each home. So it's the entire platform. And one of the comments there is virtual power plants are going to be more costly at this time than large stationary source batteries. And the thought being that if you do a virtual power plant with residential accounts, one of the benefits there, it's likely to be where the market will eventually move to.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you a question about the platform then. Does that include the cost to, say, connect Empower and other programs to the platform, or would you have to pay more to connect to, say, Empower?
So when you say Connect and Empower, so there are energy efficiency programs and there are direct load control programs, right, as part of Empower. And so the energy efficiency programs will be able to track the participation. And the direct load control program, currently it has its own platform, but we'll look at opportunities for integration if that's feasible.
Well, what I'm asking is, would it cost more money to somehow use the platform to track and to maximize customer participation in those other other programs?
Right, and we can get an answer for you from our vendor in that space who is also on the line as to what that cost might look like. So is Mr. Milani available for a moment to answer that question? Right, we can provide an answer on additional cost to you in writing.
All right. So when you were considering this program, Mr. Sunderhoff, did the company consider asking customers to participate in any way? I mean, the customer gets a battery, you know, $100 or something for what could be a significant benefit to that customer that would offset at least some of the costs of the program.
Right, we took that into consideration. Initially, we thought about a $40 a month fee for the batteries. And the reason that we eventually decided that we would recommend that we do this without a customer cost, we laid out several reasons. First is a limited time period for participant recruitment. We have to have everything up and running by statute by February of 2022. The second one is the market penetration level sought, basically south of the state park. So it's a fairly high percentage of saturation that we're seeing in that location. The third piece of it is that customers who participate will have some costs related to recharging of the batteries, and that they'll have responsibility for that. And customers, if there's a needed panel upgrade for their electric panel, they'll have to be responsible for that cost. We don't think for the majority of customers there'll be a substantial cost there. The next one is the time required to respond to market research and customer surveys about their reaction to the battery system. So it is time intensive from their viewpoint for that purpose. And the next one is participation by lower income groups. Problem with battery storage system, if you have a fee up front, the challenge is recruiting customers of all income groups into the program. And the higher the cost, obviously, the less the likelihood that lower income groups would participate. And the last one that I would add is the administrative cost of actually collecting that monthly fee. And we did look at projects in New Hampshire and Vermont. In a recent approval in New Hampshire, I think the fee is around $50 a month. And $50 a month over a year is obviously a significant $60 fee. And we also looked at some issues in Vermont as well, which is also $55 a month. But again, those fees would preclude recruiting 110 participants in the time period that we have allotted, and would be sizable fees by residential customers to really get this VPP up and tested in the period of time we have.
Okay. What happens to these batteries when the pilot ends? What happens to the equipment? Is there salvage? What's the cost of removal? You know, I mean, is that built into this?
Yeah,
plan?
So what we have laid out is that customers will receive the battery for a 10-year horizon. If they choose to no longer have the battery, they can have it returned to Sunverge. Sunverge will pick the battery up and put it in for another use or recycling. At the conclusion of the 10-year period, our current plan is to offer the batteries to the participants at no charge, and they would be able to keep and use the batteries for the remaining 5-year life period. And it's estimated to be 5 years, but it could be longer depending on the number of cycling events. And so we'll provide guidance at the end of the 10 years related to disposal and recycling. And then prior to the 10 years, that'll be our responsibility and Sunverge's cost as well if they want to recycle it or put it in a different use.
So the cost of removing, you know, what you would predict is a portion of how many people want it removed and all of that, that is included in the cost?
It is.
Okay. All right. And my final question is, you had the slide with a number of unquantified benefits that you discussed earlier. So, and you told me that you wanted to get low income customers to participate in that sort of thing. So do you have any awareness as to how many customers of this, I think there's 365 customers south of the park, you know, how many of them are low income? How many of them have solar, or how many of them have EVs or third party suppliers? Because it's a very small group of people in a very isolated place. So have you looked at it to see whether any
Right.
or all of those options are available for that very small group of people?
So we looked at the feeder line and we looked at the number of NEM accounts on that feeder line, and we have those accounts. We have the number of customers who participate in the Energy Wise Rewards program. I believe we have some information about low income. We provided that information in some of the data responses and can certainly share that information with you.
So you have some idea that there are in fact people who are low income in that group, and people who have solar arrays, and people who have EVs, and people who take service from a third party supplier in that 365 odd people?
So yeah, let me comment a little bit further. So the third party supplier, we have that information. We haven't conducted that research in a data response. For low income, it's as measured by state programs that they're enrolled in. And for EVs, we have EV data for the county at large, not this specific location, but it would be part of the information that we collect as we recruit customers into the program.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Mr. Sunderhoff, we heard earlier you preempted a lot of the questions in your presentation, but you heard staff's concern that Delmarva needs to secure approval from PJM regarding the value stream, and apparently it sounds like there's an application that you will file with PJM. Can you tell us more about the application process? And to your knowledge, has PJM approved any virtual power plant energy storage model aside from electric vehicles?
Yeah, the two that we are aware of is the one for University of Delaware with the EVs, and the one for Andrews Air Force Base with EV use as well. In terms of virtual power plants, given the recent court order Friday, right? We're not aware of any virtual power plant model pilot within PJM at this time that's similar to this one. So the beauty of this project is it'll allow us to work through all of the mechanics with PJM, given the recent court order, and also with Maryland in terms of kind of working through that process. So we see that as a strong benefit. We can't guarantee that there'll be wholesale market value out of that, but we will certainly work to achieve as much of that as we can in that process.
Well, I'm not surprised that we haven't seen a virtual power plant in this program yet, just because it's so new and because the regulatory landscape is changing quickly. But you're not asking the commission to make our approval contingent on PJM's accepting this pilot into their program. Is that right?
We're not asking that. We believe that PJM will accept it as a pilot, but we don't know that for certain, right? So I don't want to represent otherwise.
Mr. Chairman, I think the court reporter needs your attention again.
Oh, yes. Okay. Madam Reporter.
I'm really sorry, but it's happening again.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Why don't you take the rest of the day and just take care of yourself, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Madam Reporter, can you confirm that you're recording on your end before we let you go?
Let me go confirm.
We'll just sit tight until she returns, and then we'll turn to Commissioner O'Donnell for a question.
Are you recording it? Because we can't, you're controlling it. Can you hear me?
We can still hear you.
Are you recording this?
The commission is recording this on YouTube, yes.
So as long as they're not going into executive session, they'll be there.
So, are you going to start recording it again?
I'm gonna try. I don't know if I can.
I might wait. Let me just hang around till lunch.
I think we have.
Linda, should we proceed?
We'll sign in on a different session.
I think we're going to start recording it now.
Okay, all right.
And then I'm going to go and rest until after your lunch break and see how I'm doing. And if not, I'm just going home.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. If you could let us know when your end is recording.
Mr. Chairman, we should be recording now.
Great, thank you very much. Feel better. We hope to see you after lunch, but if not, take care of yourself.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question regarding the Elk Neck project dealing with liability. So we're going to take these batteries, we're going to stick them in people's home, not we, but the pilot, the virtual power plant pilot will install these batteries in people's homes. The technology is greatly improved. We know that, but there's still nothing is 100% certain with regard to battery technologies. There's still some potential fire hazard. What is the liability attached to in this pilot? Should someone's home burn down due to this installation? Is it the virtual power plant owner? Is it the homeowner? Is it the state? Where's the liability for such a thing attached?
Right. So we have basically the manufacturer of the battery. We have SunVerge, the installer of the battery. In terms of liability considerations, we haven't gone down the full detailed list of who might be held responsible for that battery fire. We'll install them under all of the standards. And so it's a little bit difficult to give you a precise answer on that. I assume that if there's a lawsuit related to a fire damage, that they would sue all parties, and we'd have to work through the mechanics of who actually would have that liability in the end, working through that process.
Okay, I think it would be helpful at least have a sense of that and whether or not the utility customers, DPL customers themselves would gather potential liability should this occur. I have to get a sense of that.
Right, and we would include that in the, we'll include the information related to liability considerations in the contract with the consumers and that kind of thing. So we'll include that up.
I'm talking about the commission. Like, this is before us for consideration. I need the information.
Gotcha.
I'm requesting information.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you hear my comment?
Is this to the chairman or to me?
To you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so additional information concerning the liability issues, we can certainly provide more information about that back to you, if that's helpful.
That would be very helpful, because if I'm going to convince myself to support this, I'm going to need some information, some discussion about that, other than you work it out later in some contract.
Yeah, and we can also share with you the experience SunVerge has had in the other deployments related to this issue. Okay. Are there further questions you had?
Any additional questions from commissioners? Okay, well, let's move on to the Ocean City project.
Yeah, if I could add one comment that I received during our brief break there. SunVerge confirmed that tracking additional information on their platform related to things like photovoltaic equipment, there would be no additional fee for doing so, that we could track that information through the platform that they will provide. Just want to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so the next product is Ocean City. And if you could scroll to the next slide. Yeah, here's information related to the site location. The picture on the left, the square red box shows the intended location of the battery energy storage system. The picture on the right, if you look at the upper right yellow box, that shows you within the Ocean City community what we're talking about in terms of location. I should note that there may be a property exchange with an adjacent parcel of land immediately adjacent to the site with the Ocean City government, and we're looking at that. It would have no impact or any of the aspects that. The reliability improvement that this offers, particularly notable, is the automatic sectionalizing and restoration scheme enhancements. That system is being put in place and will be up and operational by the end of Q4 of 2020. It's budgeted, it's an ongoing project. The other notable is potential resiliency improvement for a adjacent county library. It's adjacent to that property. It's the white roofed building that you can see on the site. And could offer an additional regional electricity grid resiliency support, particularly in increasing an area subject to increasing storm risk resulting from climate change, again, adjacent to the Atlantic Ocean. There's a PJM market opportunity, obviously, for this site, again, utility owned, utility operated. And the selected vendor is notable. It's Mesa Veterans Power. It's a service disabled veterans owned firm. So it's notable that it's a vendor of that kind of status. Flip to the next slide. The size is 1 megawatt, 3 megawatt hours over the 10-year life horizon of the battery, expected to have a full life of 15-year period. Again, the business model is utility owned and utility operated. This is the second model that we've shown for the PHI utilities. The energy storage owner and operator will be Delmarva Power. Again, we mentioned the project developer's name. The energy storage technology is nickel, manganese, cobalt, lithium-ion battery pack. It will be used for peak shaving and grid reliability and resiliency purposes in that area. And the secondary application really is for PJM wholesale market participation. Located in Ocean City, Maryland, Worcester County. Total project cost over that 10-year horizon of $5.9 million, $5.3 million on a present value basis. And the residential bill impact over that 15-year horizon is about 12 cents a month for that particular project. If you move to the next slide. This is a rendition of what the batteries will look like when they're installed. They'll have landscaping around this site. They'll have fencing and landscaping. That's part of our contract around this site. Basically, all of the battery will be externally accessible to all the major systems, and it will meet the fire code and safety requirements that are in place right now, including an FPA 855. Move to the next slide. And the quantified benefits include air emissions, public health benefits, energy conservation during time of peak, shaving, energy arbitrage and regulation D in the ancillary markets. About 2.7 million in our estimate of the present value of those benefits. And the other notables are the unquantified benefits, and probably don't need to go through these in depth, but particular notables that were not included in what I mentioned earlier was one of the things I do want to stress is the resilience value of connecting the local library to the site. Having a site location for other societal benefits on the eastern shore of Maryland, an area of resort community along a barrier island in the Atlantic Ocean, again subject to storm damage, and each of the other benefits that we had referenced before. Happy to talk about any of them in greater detail. I do also want to underscore the value of having a diversity of vendors, including some of these smaller sized vendors that have connections with the disabled veterans as part of that process. If you go to the next slide. A couple of the responses to staff that we really want to underscore. Staff had said, hey, the project isn't shown to be quantitatively cost effective and should not be approved. We think that the project offers a number of unique aspects. And when we think about the project, we think of, first off, it's on a barrier island in the Atlantic Ocean, subject to increasing storm damage as a result of climate change. What better place to put a battery for resiliency purposes? Resiliency improvement for the local community by supporting a possible resiliency center, again, at the adjacent public library during widespread grid outages, and providing additional support for the local electric grid. And then the next one is integration into an existing ASR scheme to reduce outages and their frequency. 4 is an economic development opportunity. Economic development is really a nice aspect of the projects, particularly in the COVID pandemic situation where we have a number of jobs that will be put in place in Ocean City and over the operational period of the battery. And again, we mentioned before the selection of a disabled-owned veterans contractor. And then the learnings provided to Delmarva Power Operations. Delmarva Power is a distinct utility, distribution utility in Maryland. And each of the utilities in Maryland need kind of experience with operating these batteries and integrating them into their operations. So experience gained by another utility in the state doesn't really necessarily help Delmarva Power Operations for batteries. So it's really important as we look forward, as we want to integrate more of these batteries into the system, to have experience with in each of the utilities for their operation. Again, this is a utility-owned, utility-operated battery at this site. Go to the next slide. That's maybe, yeah. All right. So that's in essence what we have at Ocean City. Were there questions?
Mr. Sunderland, why don't we stop there before we move on to the 2 Pepco projects? So here we have 3 benefits, right? The primary benefit is peak shaving. I think the second was reliability, and the tertiary benefit was resiliency. I know PPRP challenged the utility in its comments that you would not be able to provide all 3 benefits. I know that there were some concerns with OPC regarding the price tag of this project. And if we were just to look at sort of the numbers alone, half these projects wouldn't cross the threshold, but that's not going to be the commission's yardstick to when determining whether or not to approve the 7 projects before us today. But can you explain to us, can you respond to PPRP's concern that you may be overselling the project and it could not provide all 3 of these benefits simultaneously?
Right. Yeah, so our thinking is that the battery, this is kind of an interesting question. So the battery will be placed initially in the regulation D market within PJM. That's a frequency regulation market. It'll derive a revenue stream for that purpose. It'll also derive some variation in wholesale market prices for that variation. During other periods, our vision right now is that the battery would not be in the PJM market for other purposes, and therefore when we're using it for peak shaving, it wouldn't actually be in the marketplace for that purpose. And then for the resiliency item, and I want to note for both peak shaving and kind of resiliency or storm emergency operation, under our contract, we'll reserve the right to use the battery 24 hours in advance of its use. What that'll do is it'll allow the battery to be fully charged for that subsequent application. And it'll also allow it to not be in the Regulation D market at the same time. So the Regulation D market can be specified each day as to whether you're in it or not. And it'll allow the battery to be fully charged and up and running for those peak shaving or resiliency events. Now, if there's an unexpected emergency, right, we'll look at the availability of the battery for that purpose. But typically these storm emergencies have some predictability in terms of a day-ahead notification for storms that are coming up the coast and that type of thing. So we think we'll be able to get many of the benefits there. And there's an additional benefit that we're looking at is, you know, at some point there may be a capacity market opportunity for the batteries themselves as PJM deals with changes in the FERC rules and the ISO requirements related to capacity in the market. So we're looking at all of those opportunities as we go forward. So again, with that prior reservation of use, we think we mitigate a lot of those issues in terms of that concern.
And any of the value stream, the revenues earned by selling these Regulation D ancillary services to PJM, is that credited 100% back to customers?
100% back to customers as a cost offset for the project. So any earnings out of the PJM market will be credited back as an offset against the project costs.
Okay. Thank you. Do commissioners have other questions of the Ocean City project? We may have some for you at the very end if they don't have any right now. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you. Talk to me a little bit about how many customers you expect this project to be able to service when deployed.
Yeah, so there are about 11,000 customers in the adjacent feeder area. So when you think of service, it could augment some level of service for that 11,000 group of customers, both through the enhancement on the ASR scheme and that type. So it's a mix of residential and commercial customers. Yeah, and the Ocean City area, largely it's typically heavy summer loads, but it is occasionally you'll have a winter peaking load situation as well on that site.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have one question for you regarding comment that staff made. I think you may have touched on it earlier, which is why I'm just going to give you a chance to fill out your answer here. Have you been in touch with the Ocean City government? And if you have, regarding this project, what's been their response?
So we have had some level of dialogue between our government affairs team and Ocean City government. And that's one of the issues that came up is what about a possibility of a land swap for an adjacent property? Because they're interested in using this property for some other purpose. And the adjacent property that we have is immediately adjacent to the location. So we're working through those mechanics as to whether or not that land swap would work for both parties. And that certainly might be helpful for the Ocean City in terms of their perspective on the property. Ocean City in the past has been concerned about various distribution equipment upgrades and that type of thing. This is a relatively small impact related to the battery system at this location. So we have to have those kind of discussions. We've also reached out to Worcester County concerning the local library, the attached library to the site.
Okay, so you would characterize their position as at least interested or willing to discuss it with you, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as opposition. I would characterize it as kind of exploratory on their part, and looking at whether there's an advantage for moving, swapping land in that location. It might offer advantages to both parties, both us and to the local community related to that land swap. So we're carefully looking at that. right at this moment.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sunderhoff, I have a sort of a question. When you showed the picture of the battery, is the battery going to be elevated to avoid floods? Because I mean, isn't that part of the issue is flooding in Ocean City? Is the battery going to be elevated so that it's protected from flooding, unlike other facilities that maybe can't be elevated?
And
Right.
can we see that slide again?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's right on the ground.
Yeah, this battery that we show is on the ground. We're involved in a battery project up in New Jersey where we are elevating the platform. The final design configuration for this site hasn't been developed, so part of that is going to look at any risk related to flooding at this site. So we'll certainly take a look at that. We certainly did take a look at that in New Jersey as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
Any additional questions on the Ocean City project for now? All right, we will move to National Harbor.
Right. So moving to the PEPCO side, the project National Harbor, the beauty of this project is a substation deferral opportunity. Move to the next slide. This is the site location, and where we try to mark on the site is where the battery is likely to be installed. And again, the final site design has not been specified. So if you look at the yellow marker that's on PEPCO-owned property at that location, it's adjacent to an existing PEPCO substation. What the project is intended to do, the primary purpose is to defer the construction of a planned PEPCO substation. Substations, as everyone knows, are quite costly, and this offers an opportunity to defer the construction of a substation at a cost of about $73 million in construction. We intend to use the battery for peak shaving and grid emergency. We also intend to use the battery for PJM market participation. This is another unique model. This is utility and third-party operated, so utility owned and third-party operated, so the third business model that we've laid out. And there's a mechanism for revenue. That revenue sharing is above the first 100,000, it's split 60-40, 40% being with the utility, 60% being with the vendor. And it's the site of an expected future expansion of battery storage, either utility owned or third-party owned at that site. So as the load grows, one of the ways to defer the project further in time is to add additional battery storage to the site location. If you move to the next slide, characteristic is it's a 1 megawatt, 3 megawatt hour battery. The size again is guided by the legislative size constraint of 10 megawatts for Maryland, and that's hence the size we've recommended. Utility owned, third party operated, PEPCO will be the owner. The energy storage wholesale operations will be managed by AF Mensa, which is a minority owned African American firm. The project developer will be AF Mensa, again, a minority owned African American firm. The energy storage technology is lithium iron phosphate, a different technology at this site. The primary application is peak shaving and grid reliability. The next application is PJM market opportunities. And the location is Livingston Road, off Livingston Road in Oxon Hill, Maryland. The 10-year project cost is $4.6 million with $0.4 million in present value. And net monthly bill impact is about 2 cents. It'll actually decrease bills by about 2 cents a month over the 15-year horizon below what they otherwise would have been for this location. So it's a net savings for consumers. The difference between on the cost side between this battery and the Ocean City battery is, in this case, we'll be sharing the revenue with third-party vendor. In the Ocean City case, we'll be receiving all of the battery PJM market value directly as a utility. If you move down to the next slide. The quantified benefits include air emissions, public health benefits, deferral of utility distribution costs, optionality for dealing with changes in load forecast for required distribution equipment, energy conservation during time of giving and regulation market. We estimate that that has a collective value of over $11 million over a 15-year horizon. And then the unquantified benefits are many of the things that we went through in some depth before, reduction of NOx emissions during peak load periods, improved land use by reducing the amount of land used for various utility projects, distribution generation hosting capacity improvement in the area, economic development, again, an important item in the current pandemic time where there's actually going to be jobs created and work performed in Prince George's County and over the maintenance period there. Learnings that all of us will get from using a battery to help defer a substation. That's particularly an operational item of importance to the utility. Participation by third parties in the contracting process, and again, an African-American owned business actually putting the battery in place. Grid services for operational flexibility related to the delivery of electricity. Resiliency benefits because it'll be integrated into our operations as a resource to help in restoration of service over time. And other societal benefits related to batteries of this location and making an investment in Prince George's County for new technology. I think that's notable for the local community and it could be a source of pride for all of the various individuals in that area. Third-party supplier participation, again, doesn't interfere with anybody seeking third-party supply account versus the utility account. So all of those benefits we see. So very notable quantified benefits in this case related to the deferral of a substation, and a strong list of unquantified benefits as well. And we think the project is very meritorious for those reasons. If you move to the next slide, we wanted to respond to some of staff's comments related to National Harbor. One of the things that they mentioned is they've looked at the BCA under a number of perspectives. 10 years is one of the latest versions they had. They also looked at it at 15 years. But we do think when you think of these battery projects, you ought to look at the full life of the project. Batteries are estimated to last 15 years with the cycling and the requirements we put in place. The full life ought to be the value stream that its benefits and costs are measured over. Provided you include the additional O&M costs the project costs for that 15-year period, which we have done, and you only account for the benefits that occur over that horizon for this specific project, which we have done. And then the next comment was an earlier installation than needed for deferral. Well, one of the things that the pilot has driven is an operational date of February 2022. And so that's required by the legislation. And so when we look for deferral opportunities, we look for those that had the greatest value. This was the location within the Pepco system that had the greatest value of any site. No other deferral opportunities of this magnitude have been identified in the Pepco system. This is a substation that we're referring to. The calculated BCA of 2.3 takes into account the earlier deployment in time. So we've discounted the benefits associated with this particular battery in the future and affected the costs that are occurring earlier in time. It takes all of that information into account. If the battery had been deployed 2 or 3 years later, the BCA would be improved, but it wouldn't meet the pilot requirements of February 2022. Levelized bill impact over a 15-year period results in lower distribution bills for Pepco Maryland customers than they otherwise would be. We think that's notably meritorious for this project. And we think it's the most cost-effective utility-owned project proposal that's been made. And again, deferral of a substation out in the future. Is it being installed earlier in time than it otherwise would be needed? Yes, but that's a result of the pilot legislation. 3, additional batteries will be needed over time. Again, the initial size constraint of the battery was capped at the 10 megawatt level statewide. So we couldn't really easily go to a larger size after discussions with each of the other utilities. And the benefit cost calculation takes that into account by taking into account the value of this battery for the deferral out in time. 100% for the first year of deferral in 2027, 50% for the second year deferral in 2028, and about a third for 2029. So again, takes it into account. You can deal with it on the benefit side of the calculation, or you can deal with it on the cost side of the calculation. For projects, we think that the appropriate thing to do is to deal with it in terms of the benefits that are being assigned to this project. The fourth comment we had was, in the future, additional batteries may not be able to be owned by the utility. Our response is that it's not true, and as acknowledged by staff in a recent data response, the Storage Act does not preclude other utility investments in energy storage, and this was recently acknowledged by staff in their latest information back to us on a data request. In the future, and besides, in the future, additional batteries could be owned by either a third party or a utility. So we acknowledge that the utilities are not the only owner in town for battery systems, and they could either be owned by either third party or utility, third party obviously in a contractual way. And fifth, there was a discussion that optionality benefits could be negative. In our optionality, when you think of batteries, the idea is that the load forecast changes over time. Batteries offer an opportunity to make a decision on a large-scale investment closer to the time that it would be needed. And an optionality benefit can only be calculated to be zero or positive. That certainly would improve the low benefit cost ratio that staff had estimated. But again, stressing that optionality can only be zero or positive. It won't be negative. So staff had it as negative there. We move to the next slide. Okay, so we're at the bus depot, but we wanted to get that message across. National Harbor, again, very cost-effective battery at this size, 1 megawatt, 3 megawatt hour, minority-owned vendor. We think it's particularly meritorious for this pilot project.
Well, thank you. You addressed a lot of the heavy criticisms of this project by staff, particularly their BCR cost, which is not in line with yours or OPC's because of the negative optionality. So I'd like staff to be on deck to respond to that when they present later on this afternoon. Do commissioners have questions of National Harbor project? And I can't see you all, so feel free to jump in. Or not. We will then move to the final Exelon project, the Montgomery County Bus Depot.
Yeah, okay, so the bus depot, it's a unique project. There was a development of an electric bus transit center by Montgomery County government. The timing was such that it fit well with the pilot project application. Everything kind of merged together at the right time to make this project viable. If you move to the next slide. This is a pictorial of kind of a draft site overview for the electric bus depot in Silver Spring, Maryland. If you look at the slide, in the upper portion of the slide, there is the 500 kW 1.4 megawatt battery energy storage that will be put in place at that location. You can see to the left of that is where the natural gas generators are using. So this will be a microgrid behind the meter. The battery will become part of that microgrid. There'll be installed solar PV canopies installed at the site. There'll be plug-in chargers that'll be located under the canopy. There'll be plug-in chargers at other sites, you can see that. And then there'll be overhead charging units that charge at about a 600 kW level, the pantograph gantry chargers to the scale to the right. Again, this is the Montgomery County Electric Transit Bus Depot. It avoids the construction of a new Pepco distribution feeder to this site. And we use the word avoid rather than deferred because over the life of the 15-year period, with the project in place, we don't believe that there'll be any need to place an additional feeder at this location. It supports regional grid reliability with the battery. It supports electric transit bus charging during normal conditions and during grid outages, right? So the battery can be used to support both purposes. And it relies primarily on energy from the planned photovoltaic array to charge the battery. The battery has been installed and will be installed with a photovoltaic array under the ITC tax credit provisions, which require the battery to be charged at least 75% of the time by the plant photovoltaic array. So all of that is in place. The investment tax credit helps drive that requirement. If you move to the next slide, this is an illustrative example of what a daily operation might look like at the site. The green line on the top is the charging demand. The next line down is basically the load from the grid. Now, the load from the grid might be used, so energy consumed from the grid. The next line is the natural gas generating unit, which runs a fixed flat basis. It's basically base load at the site. And if you look, the next line is the pattern of battery charge and discharge that's shown on that site. And if you look at the green side line, it's how the solar PV might be performing at that site. The solar PV will also be set up as a net energy metered facility. So again, the highlights there: 1 megawatt base load met using natural gas generator. Utility grid reliability, grid relied on for a portion typically at night in the morning. Excess solar energy is net metered, again, for that benefit at that location. So that's a typical profile. There is also a different profile when there's an outage on the grid and the site is self-serving its load, so it would look different. And during a utility called event or a grid emergency, the battery would be used for basically reducing peak loads, typically in the weekday afternoon, but again, that might vary somewhat based on the loads on the local feeder and the needs of the bus depot. So you go to the next slide. The size is a 1 megawatt, 3 megawatt hour battery pack. The business model is third-party owned and third-party operated. This is the fourth business model of the various PHI projects and offers then an opportunity to represent all four models. The energy storage owner and operator is Alpha Structure. The project developer is Alpha Structure. Alpha Structure is created by Schneider Electric, as part of their kind of business model. And so they've done that work in other jurisdictions. The energy storage technology is nickel, manganese, cobalt oxide, lithium ion pack as well. The primary application is peak shaving and grid reliability. The secondary application is customer size demand management, charging during outages, grid integration with a photovoltaic array. The location again is in Silver Spring, Maryland. Specifically, it's off Brookville Road in Montgomery County. The 10-year project cost, and the way we've set up this cost is we pay per discharge event with, I think, a minimum of five discharges per year. And so we can go up to 10 times a year for peak shaving, and we also have grid emergency events reserved. So we've projected to grid emergency, so 12, based on 12 operations per year, this is what those figures will look like each year. Again, actual performance will vary, but again, we intend to use it at least 10 times per year for grid purposes, and then for whatever emergencies are required at that location. It will result in a reduction in residential bills over the 15-year levelized life of about a penny per month. And what this means is this will be lower than the rates would otherwise have been as a result of the project. So for those reasons, we also think it meritorious. Move to the next slide. The quantified benefits include air emissions, public health benefits, deferral of utility distribution costs, energy conservation during time of peak, and peak shaving, estimated to be about $4.8 million in present value basis over a 15-year period. Number of unquantified benefits. The notable difference here with the other projects that we have that we hadn't mentioned before is the support really for electric vehicle charging. So electric vehicle transportation, which is a notable state goal in Maryland, certainly a county goal in Montgomery County. The other thing that we would note is it provides access to some value stream from battery storage, particularly to those who ride transit buses who are of all income levels. So it provides greater access to the value of new technology in the system. So all of that is we consider a win for this application. And we can get into any of these items in greater detail. But again, supports a microgrid at this location, supports electric vehicle charging, and helps us avoid construction of an electric feeder. So this is a win-win-win. So if you move to the next slide, that may be a couple of the comments that we received. One was from OPC, battery charging should be sourced from the photovoltaic array rather than the gas generator. And again, the investment tax credit, the ITC available for the project, requires the battery charging from the array to cover at least 75% of the charging. So Alpha Structure has informed us that they intend to charge the battery as much as possible from the photovoltaic array. Obviously, if there's cloud cover or there's a storm, they may not be able to do so, but they intend to be well above the 75% requirement for the ITC tax credit. If you move, I think that may be the last slide. Kyle, move to the last. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sutterhoff. So this is probably, of all the 7 projects before us, the one with the most support. In terms of, this is obviously a bus depot, a bus yard. Will there need to be made by Pepco any distribution upgrades to accommodate these batteries on the property? And if so, who will pay for them?
Yeah, we don't anticipate any upgrade requirements at this time for that site. So there will be no costs and no one will need to pay, right?
Okay. And according to your graphic, it looked like there would be 3 batteries on site. Is that right?
Yes, there would be 3 batteries, and over time, Alpha Structure may add additional batteries depending on the number of electric buses that are purchased by the county over time. There may be an opportunity for batteries in addition to that at some future date.
Okay. Well, I'm just impressed by the size. I was trying to take a look, and it looks like the 3 constitute half the size of a bus, because I could see the buses for reference. We did hear a comment from PPRP. This is generally, I think it applies to all the projects, or not all of them, but many of them, with respect to there should be some type of limited CPCN-like process with respect to storage projects. What say you on that recommendation?
Yeah, I think Mr. Seegers has a response to that CPCN comment.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Seegers.
Just in response to your question, Mr. Chairman, about the proposal by PPRP and sort of an expedited CPCN the process, I've got a couple of thoughts. First of all, the General Assembly did not include any kind of a requirement in the statute that these projects go through a CPCN process. And if they had intended that these projects would go through a process, I would envision that they would have either included language saying that, or would have made a reference to the CPCN statute that is already in effect. The fact that the General Assembly did not include any such requirement in the statute, in my mind at least, it indicates that they didn't anticipate this would go through a CPCN process. Secondly, I think that everyone would agree that these projects will need to get into operation under an extremely expedited time frame. These projects need to get into place by late February of 2022. Which does not really leave very much, if any, time to go through really any kind of a CPCN process. And the final thought I would have, Mr. Chairman, is that both BGE, Pepco, and Delmarva Power, of course, are going to be reaching out to all of our local stakeholders, and we'd be willing to address any issues that any environmental, public spacing issues that would be addressed in a CPCN process. So I hope that answers your question.
No, they cited a fire and explosion in the Arizona Public Service territory, and I suspect you would be working with your local law enforcement fire department to let them know what's on site in case there was an incident.
We absolutely will, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Herman.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, pushing the wrong buttons there. So I have some overall questions for the Exelon companies. The first question is that these projects, while most parties seem to agree they don't have to be, there doesn't have to be a benefit over the costs, it does have to be in the public and the ratepayer interest. So could you talk to me about how I understand the public interest in terms of checking, you know, in terms of learning about these projects and about the technology and testing various options and that sort of thing. But what about the ratepayer interest? You know, ratepayers are going to be paying for this over time. You know, there's going to be an addition to their bill. So what's the ratepayer interest for these projects?
Into your access.
Yeah, let me comment. This is Steve Sunderoff on the ratepayer interest. The idea is energy storage is a new technology that's coming into use. And the idea for Maryland policymakers and for us from the electric system standpoint is to look at ways to integrate batteries now and into the future so that they can reduce costs below what they otherwise will be. And the idea is that battery storage costs are coming down. They're likely to continue to drop at some level. And they'll be integrated more and more into the grid. And so the idea is, how do we best integrate batteries into the system? And so it'll make the system potentially more reliable in the future. It'll make the system over time less costly if we get it right. And it will allow opportunities for greater quantities of photovoltaic arrays to be loaded into the system. And that's certainly consistent with the renewable goals of the state. And if you combine that with electric vehicle penetrations, it'll also support additional electric vehicles. So storage is in evolution. A lot of states have recognized that. And it's very important to do pilots to begin to get it right so that when we have times to make investments, that we're actually making the types of investments that are most beneficial in Maryland from an environmental standpoint and from a cost standpoint and from a reliability standpoint.
Right. Well, I think what you did was you covered public interest as well as ratepayer interest, but I think you did cover ratepayer interest. And I don't know if your lawyers have any want to weigh in on that distinction between ratepayers and the public interest, which is specific in the statute.
Mr. Seegers, you have a thought on that?
Morning, Commissioner Herman. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
I would, in terms of a distinction between the public and our ratepayers, I think the one thing that these projects will help us understand is what will be the most cost-effective way to address a constraint or any other kind of a distribution issue. Ordinarily, a utility may just go ahead and build like another substation or build more distribution lines. I think the benefit that these projects will provide to us is that, is there a cheaper way to do that through, for example, a battery? Is there a way that we can explore about whether or not using a battery will be more of a cost-effective way to address the distribution issue? I think that, in my mind, would be the most clear advantage, and how this is going to be in the interest of our customers or ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to understand, I already asked Mr. Sunderhoff this question with respect to the virtual power plant, but help me to understand what happens once the pilot ends. If these are 10-year pilots, what happens under the various scenarios with the battery, and who receives the benefit of it? I'm assuming if it's a utility-owned battery, then the utility would continue to operate it until it's the end of its useful life, and to the extent there were benefits from it, ratepayers, the benefits would be credited to the ratepayer. I'm assuming that's the case, but you can let me know if I'm wrong. What happens when it's a third-party ownership?
Want me to answer? Yeah. Commissioner Herman, yeah, let me respond to that. So it's in the case where it's utility owned, it's pretty transparent, right? We continue to own it. We'll use it for its useful life. Where it's a third-party operation, a good example is in the electric bus depot. If the electric bus depot battery performs as we expect, we anticipate extending that contract for that full 15-year life period. So we'll be able to call on that battery to avoid the construction of additional feeder line. We would expect that. And for the VPP model, we'll continue to use the VPP model during the duration of that 15-year period, although it will be up to customers at the conclusion of the initial 10 years as to whether or not they want to continue participating with that battery, with the receipt of that battery. So there's likely to be another 5 years. And then perhaps the BG folks want to comment on theirs.
Yeah, this is Dan Herson. I can speak for BGE on the utility-owned project. We of course would own the battery at the end of useful life. We would have to make decisions on to reinvest or whether to try to recycle the batteries. There is some value in the recycling market for lithium-ion batteries for our projects. Or if they couldn't be, then we would get some salvage value out of those, presumably. On the third-party project, I spoke to that a little bit before when I was presenting that project, but remember that we're paying the cost associated with that project for us has to do with the contract payments to the third party. There's very limited capital investment in that project by the utility itself. So once the lifespan of the batteries ends, and if the relationship between the third party vendor and the utility ends, then there presumably really wouldn't be much more in the way of costs for the utility or its ratepayers on that project.
Okay. My final question is, why should the utility earn a return on O&M costs, particularly in the capacity here as a pilot where it's required by statute? Help me understand why it's appropriate to earn a return on O&M.
Good morning, Commissioner Herman. And that was actually going to be the last slide of our presentation, but I'm happy to
Oh, I'm
address
sorry.
it
I
here.
thought y'all were done. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
I said I thought your slides were done, but perhaps
okay.
I'm wrong.
Would you like me to address your question now, or do you want to wait till?
I can wait. If you want to keep going, I can wait.
Okay, I can certainly do that.
Hey, Matt, we had one other item. Yeah, one other item that was noted to me. I'm sitting with one of our engineers and also one of our modeling people, Mr. Shetty. And we did include a cost for the electric bus depot, about $200,000 for interconnection costs that we did want to reference. I had been under the impression from our engineering colleague that there would be no cost, but we did include $200,000 in the cost estimate. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. And sorry if I misspoke earlier.
Are there any further, any more questions about the bus depot? If not, I can go ahead and tackle the last couple of slides in our presentation. First of all, before we close out, we leave the specific projects. I was informed that in response to a question from Commissioner O'Donnell, I did learn that BGE did in fact notify the mayors of North Beach and Chesapeake Beach about the Fairhaven and the Chesapeake Beach projects, as well as the entire Calvert County Board of Commissioners. So I just wanted to go ahead and share that before I moved on to the cost recovery slides.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And finally, as I mentioned with Commissioner Herman, for cost recovery, if we can move on to the next slide, Kyle. What the Exelon utilities are proposing, it allows for a return on rate base and recovery of prudently incurred costs. The cost recovery approach, it depends on whether or not the investments are utility owned or third party owned. For the project that will be utility owned, the Exelon Utilities propose that the capital investments will be included in rate base, and related depreciation expense will be included as a recoverable cost in operating income. Other expenses will be included in operating income, and recovery will be requested in future base rate proceedings, where all parties to the proceeding have the right to examine the cost proposed for recovery prior to their inclusion in rates. For the third-party owned projects, the Exelon Utilities propose that all incremental O&M costs, including the grid reliability payments to the proposed developer, will be deferred in a regulatory asset, and recovery will be requested in a future base rate proceeding. The regulatory asset we are proposing will be included in rate base, and that any incidental capital investment associated with the third-party scenario will be utility owned and included in rate base. We believe that the relatively small size of these investments, along with the complexities of trying to come up with a separate surcharge mechanism, that would make the use of base rates to recover these costs be the best choice. And finally, as we noted throughout our presentation and in our application, any PJM revenues that the project's earned will go towards the cost of the project, and it will lower the cost of the project for our customers. And on to the last slide, Kyle. And as Commissioner Herman indicated, and as PPRP stated in their comments, they do not support the creation of a regulatory asset for grid reliability service payments for the third-party owned storage projects. And in response to that, we've got three main points. The first of which is that the ability to capitalize and earn a return on third-party grid reliability service costs, which is O&M costs, it is a very crucial first step to creating a more level playing field in which the utility company has the opportunity to eliminate the negative financial impact associated with these types of ownerships. Essentially, what it does is that it puts a utility-owned project and a third-party owned project on the same footing, and that enables the utility to choose a third-party owned project and essentially not suffer any economic hardship. And by choosing that third-party owned project, we may be able to address to better address a distribution constraint than where a utility-owned battery would not work. And as I indicated, if we do not have the ability to earn to put these O&M costs into rate base, what that does is that it results in an immediate hit to our operating costs, which obviously will have an adverse effect on our earnings and cash flow. So by allowing us to put this into rate base, it will put the projects on more of an even footing. And I would note that other jurisdictions have looked at this issue and have, in fact, approved the utilities' ability to put O&M costs into rate base in both New York and Massachusetts. The respective public service commissions there have issued orders allowing that to do that. So this is not necessarily a new concept. What is a new concept here is that this for the PHI utilities and for BGE, this will essentially be the first time where a third party will be owning a distribution asset that contributes to the reliability of our distribution grid. But at the end of the day, it is the utility that is ultimately responsible for maintaining the reliability of its distribution grid. And while we may have the ability, so if for whatever reason, if that third-party owned distribution asset does not perform as required, then it could detrimentally affect the reliability of our distribution system. And while we may have the ability to negotiate with the vendors some sort of a penalty if the asset does not perform, It's our anticipation that any kind of a penalty that would be included in those contracts would not cover the economic impact of any kind of a reliability event due to that asset's inability to perform. So by allowing the utility to include the O&M costs in rate base, that essentially it protects the utility and it helps to mitigate that added risk, which, as I said before, this is relatively new for the utilities. So I can stop there and see if anyone has any questions.
Mr. Seegers.
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to verify that PHI is going to get back to me regarding the liability for the virtual power plant program in Elkneck. And I need to know who's gonna bear the liability for loss of life or loss of premises, which could be very substantial. It could be larger than this pilot project itself. I need to know who's going to bear that responsibility. I want to verify that PHI is going to get back to me and the commission on that.
Absolutely, Commissioner O'Donnell. I had marked that down in my notes as we will treat that as a bench data request, and we will be conveying that information back to you and the other commissioners.
Thank you. And I want to ask you for some more commentary regarding the chairman's question and the need or no need for a CPCM process. You talked about, you're going to do extensive outreach to the local governments and their agencies, et cetera, but what about the interagency review that occurs in a CPCM process? What are those state agencies who have jurisdiction over various aspects of these projects? Where do you get that interagency review if you don't have a CPCM process?
Well, Commissioner, I would anticipate. I mean, as I mentioned in response to the chairman's question, I'm not sure if the General Assembly had intended these specific projects to go through that interagency process. If they had, I would think that they would have included that requirement in the statute.
That's a broad leap with regard to legislative intent. You're just assuming that's a legislative intent. I'm not so certain that could be interpreted a lot of different ways with regard to what legislative intent was. Even if you don't have a CPCM process, where does the interagency, obviously these agencies have a broad authority to regulate and to do other things in their specific area. Why should the citizens of Maryland forego that process? I don't understand your argument other than to say, well, the legislature didn't tell us we had to, so we don't have to.
Well, I think another point, Commissioner, is that these projects will be distribution assets, and they will not be in the same boat, as to say, as like a transmission line or a generation asset, which is what the CPCN statutes primarily cover. That's not what we were talking about here. These are going to be distribution assets, and the utilities, and it is not customary, at least it's not for my mind, that that we need to go through a CPCN process for distribution assets, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I can see some merit. Wow, I can see some merit to that, but my mind still thinks of these more like a transmission asset because you're selling ancillary services back into the transmission system in most of these projects. So you can call it distribution system assets, but being used for generation transmission purposes. So I don't know, maybe it's a semantics thing. My mind is not made up regarding PPRP's assertion that we should have a CPCN process, and I was looking for some information. I remain unconvinced.
Commissioner O'Donnell,
Go ahead, sorry.
it's Dan Herson. I don't know if you can hear me. There's a lot of feedback going on. I'll also point out that under the CPCN statute, if work is contained to a substation facility, for instance, that is not subject to a CPCN. It only becomes subject to that process when you start to go outside the four walls and you're up in the air, working on the transmission lines, or if you're in the area of a generating station construction, then obviously it comes into play. So I don't know if that gives you any comfort or not, but the General Assembly, did put parameters on the CPCN process, and substation work is not included in that. I know that's not all of the projects before you today, but there are some substation level projects in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Herson, and that keeps me squarely in the undecided category with regard to this point. So thank you.
Let me ask a question that's it's unrelated, but it impacts timing and allowing other state agencies to participate outside of today's hearing. But obviously, we have a statutory timetable where these projects need to be operational pursuant to the Public Utilities article by the end of February 2022. Some of these projects may take 12 months, 18 months longer. I recognize that the commission is under a statutory deadline to issue an order, and the utilities are asking that the commission issue the order sooner rather than later. But can either you or your vendors provide us with a understanding of how quickly these projects can be built, recognizing that they're all different sizes and shapes?
This is Mr. Herson for BGE. I could ask our vendors, who I think are on the line still, if they have any comments to that. I will say as a general comment, Mr. Chairman, the timeline that we proposed was not done to unnecessarily put the commission in a bind or to feel that you had to hurry up or take less time than was required under the statute. It was literally our concern that we could not meet the statutory requirement to have these projects up and running by February 2022, just given the reality of construction, permitting, testing, and deployment of them. So that's why we proposed what we did. But I'll ask if any of the representatives for BGE, would be ABB, Hitachi, and Ameresco, have anything to add.
And before they, that's a material concern. If the commission approved all these projects today, I imagine there would still be a delay before the batteries could be delivered on site and tied into the distribution grid. But yes, any of the manufacturers wish to opine on speed of and length of construction?
Yeah, hi, this is Mike T. Tamble with Hitachi ABB Power Grids. So we're the proposed developer for the Fairhaven BGE project, and typical timeline for a project of this size and nature is 12 to 18 months from start to finish for us, depending on obviously a number of variables. But that's contract in place to turn over to the utility. So 18 months is the window we'd like to have, and then obviously sometimes things can be done to shorten that window, but that's a typical project of this size.
Okay, thank you. Any other developers?
Yes, Commissioner. This is Howard Gartland with Mesa Veterans Power. We're on the Ocean City project. I would echo the same timeline, 12 to 18 months, basically 12 months from the time we start breaking ground to completion and commissioning. So 12 to 18 months is a comfortable figure for us.
And Mr. Gartland, are these units, the batteries, off the shelf? Is it sitting somewhere in your warehouse and just ready to be put on a truck?
They are not. There's a whole supply chain associated with them, but that timeline includes supply chain operations in parallel with construction. So not on the shelf, but part of the supply chain.
Thank you. I'll turn to Commissioner Herman.
I was
sorry,
just,
Ms. Judson.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. This is Judith Judson again from Amoresco. I just wanted to weigh in that timeline is similar for our project, that 12 to 18 month time frame. We do need to procure a battery, and that is the lead time, is being able to move forward with that. And then we do the construction. So we have targeted having the project up and running in the fall of 2021, but certainly depending on timing for approvals, would definitely want to have it, but so that we can get it in before February of 2022. But that's a reasonable time frame that it takes to do these projects.
Okay, that gives me an overall sense, hearing from three of you, that it's effectively in that same envelope. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Herson and Mr. Seegers, I'm looking at the statute again. Always dangerous when I grab that book, but here I am. I'm looking at 7-216F and the cost recovery for certain models for the non-utility owned. It says the commission may determine how to address cost recovery for the models described under 3 and 4, which are the third-party models. And then if you look at G, it does say specifically that cost recovery at the authorized rate of return for utility owned. So why is it inappropriate for the commission to at least consider something other than the authorized rate of return for any kind of recovery for O&M costs associated with third-party or any costs associated with a third-party program?
Commissioner, to that, I would say that what our intent is by trying to put the O&M costs that are related to the third-party projects, our intent and the intent of utilities in other jurisdictions who have done this is that it's trying to put a third-party owned project on as equal footing as possible with a distribution asset. If the commission were to award a return that was less than the weighted average cost of capital for a third-party owned project, then there would still be that incentive for a utility to go with a rate-based utility-owned asset, because on that we do get our weighted average cost of capital. So we do think it is important to try and put the third-party owned project on as equal footing as possible.
But Mr. Seegers, it's clear that this pilot program is quite restrictive. It says, for purposes of the pilot program only, the commission may, on a project-by-project basis, approve a utility-owned project. Right? I mean, it's very specific. So, I mean, we have a statute here. I would find your argument somewhat more appealing if we just had a general statute, but we have a very specific statute that this is a pilot program. And I think we hear the legislature suggesting that, it's up in the air at this point beyond the pilot program, whether utility will or will not be permitted by statute to own storage. So at least it seems to me that's kind of an up in the air, and that's what this pilot is for, to try to figure out what's the best way to move ahead with storage. At least that's been a question. So why, are there any other alternatives, short-term interest rates, some other alternative that wouldn't be a full weighted average cost of capital for O&M payments that would make the utility whole and not have them have the, your concern with not being compensated for your costs? Is there any other option?
I'm sure that there are other options, Commissioner. That is not what we are proposing, but of course, I would imagine that there are other options. One thing I would note, Your Honor, is that in response to your comment about whether or not it is not clear about whether utilities may own generation once this pilot is over, I would note that in subsection L of the statute, it does say specifically that the pilot program may not preclude any other investment by a public service company in energy storage. And that, at least to me, indicates that the General Assembly, they believe that we can still go ahead and invest in storage units outside of this pilot. And I would also note that staff, in their initial comments with regard to the National Harbor Project, staff also made the claim that it was unlikely that utilities to own storage in the same area. But in the errata that staff filed just this past Friday afternoon, I believe that they have removed that argument from their comments. So I'm not sure if it is as black and white, or I should say that I mean, at least from my reading of that provision, I do think that the utilities do have the option of continuing to invest in storage assets, Your Honor.
That may be, but for purposes of the pilot, it's really specific, and you know, to me, it's an open question, at least, as to the cost recovery for the third-party owned assets, third-party owned projects in the pilot, because there's a clear distinction between the cost recovery for those and the cost recovery for utility owned. So to me, I think it's an open question as to where, you know, cost recovery for the third-party projects. The next question I had was with respect to similar questions to what the chairman had raised and Commissioner O'Donnell on the PPRP arguments. You know, to me, PPRP suggested a site analysis, which is somewhat similar to a CPCN, but they also talked about decommissioning and fire plans. Does Exelon oppose the imposition of requirements for explaining decommissioning and fire plans?
Speaking for the PHI projects, Your Honor, and then I can defer to my BGE colleagues to speak for the Fairhaven and Chesapeake Beach. I don't believe that we oppose it. As far as decommissioning, as Mr. Herson indicated earlier, I think that there are a couple of different options in terms of what could happen to these batteries once at the end of the pilot, at the end of their useful life. So that may still not yet be determined in terms of how we are going to exactly what's going to be done with the batteries. In terms of the fire prevention, I do know that that for the PHI projects, we are working with the local fire departments to help with training in terms of any kind of fire-related hazards. So, but I mean, if there's other reporting obligations, then I mean, I don't believe that we would have an opposition to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would agree for BGE. I would echo Mr. Seeger's comments. I don't think we're in opposition to any of the points that have been made. We certainly reach out to our first responders that are in the proximity or vicinity to these substations and projects to let them know what sort of technology is on site, to let them know what they would be dealing with if, you know, God forbid, there would be a fire event at one of these locations, and work with them to advise them to the extent they need it on how a battery generated fire might be different than a traditional fire at a substation. I can assure you that none of the Exelon utilities want to have a similar situation as what happened in Arizona. So we would be working to make sure our stakeholder participants in the first responder community were well aware of the technology that they would be encountering in the event there was a situation at the facility.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Herson. Seeing no additional questions.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Oh, Commissioner Richard, I didn't see you there. Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first, thank the Exelon Utilities for outstanding presentations and really very impressive and exciting things that are being proposed. I did just want to ask a question about how the Exelon companies prioritized and approached the environmental benefits of these projects. And specifically, it was prompted by the Synapse report, which did suggest that the majority of these projects do, in fact, increase CO2 emissions. And I wanted to just give you an opportunity to, if you have any response to that, and if there are ways we could, take these projects and perhaps reduce their overall emission impacts that are being suggested do exist currently, according to the Synapse report. So anyway, I would just open that to both the PHI and BGE, if you would care to comment.
Yeah, let me comment for PHI on that front. Yeah, for PHI, the batteries that we have in mind, the bulk of the batteries for peak shaving use will be operated during peak periods, and therefore we think that there's a net benefit from emissions as a result. We are cognizant of the Synapse study. For participation in the Regulation D market, we don't know when the exact times for dispatch will be, so a little more difficult to actually model, so we have not modeled that. But for peak shaving, we think there's a net benefit for all of these batteries related to reducing emissions from power plants during summer weekday afternoons. Again, other uses when outages are occurring, don't know exactly when that'll take place. And we don't know for sure when outage will occur for Regulation D and Regulation D purposes. But the idea is that we are looking for ways to have the batteries have lower land impacts for utility infrastructure and to operate those batteries so that they can reduce the amount of peak loads in the system as well.
Yes, and for BGE, Commissioner Richard, it's a little bit closer call for our projects. We participated in the work group and we saw how they suggested in the report how to quantify some of the environmental and public health benefits of these projects. We did try to fashion our proposal to take advantage of those. But we will acknowledge that it's at this point not exactly clear when we would actually have to charge or discharge the batteries. We do have a sense of the general timing of that, but exact timing is not nailed down yet. So, Synapse does raise some good observations that it may be for the BG projects that you might not realize a net reduction in emissions and possibly even a slight increase. But I think I would say in response to that, the statute seems to put a priority on projects that can defer or avoid distribution system upgrades. And not to take away anything from the environmental benefits, but it says that if you can't find a project that does that, then at least try to propose projects that meet state goals. So I think with the BGE projects, we're talking about primarily the deferral of the more expensive undergrounding of the circuit. That was our primary purpose for those two projects. The environmental benefits, if there are any, were of secondary importance, still important, but it wasn't the chief driver of those projects. So I'm not going to discount anything that Synapse said. They made some good observations, but I just wanted to put it in context with how we approach the BGE projects.
Great. No, I appreciate those answers. And I do agree. Reading the law, it does appear that there is more weight on I guess the reliability and just the system impacts. But I guess I would caution. I think there's a general assumption out there that the storage advances DERs, that it advances the ability to achieve RPS objectives, and that even in today utility drive, Chairman Chatterjee even makes note in his, at least the headline, that he feels that the upholding of 841, first line is it will advance carbon reduction efforts. So I would just be careful. That I think there are a lot of legislators out there that just work on that assumption that if we're going forward with storage, that means we are advancing carbon reductions objectives as well. So again, I just wanted to throw that comment out there. And if there are ways we can take these projects and perhaps reduce emissions, find ways to improve them to reduce emissions, or at least make them, at least at this stage, closer to zero, I think that would be a longer term benefit to what we're trying to achieve with storage. So anyway, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the Exelon folks for presenting their 6 proposed projects today. At this point, we're going to take a lunch recess for 30 minutes. We'll reconvene at 1:15, where we'll hear from the representative from Potomac Edison on their sole project. So we're in recess to 1:15.
Yeah. No, not yet. Hang on.
All right, we'll start up again in about 30 seconds. Okay, welcome back from the lunch break. At this time, we'll hear about the One Town Hill project being proposed by the utility Potomac Edison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will share my screen. Did everyone see the presentation?
Great, that looks good, and we could hear and see you as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Teresa Harold, and I'm here to present Potomac Edison's proposed Town Hill Storage Project. With me today are a number of subject matter experts that can speak to various components of this project. Brian Mollenschott in our Emerging Technologies Group, Matt Rosensteel in Distribution Planning, Ed Stein, Regulated Settlements, Sue Colflesh and Ray Valdez in Rates and Regulatory Affairs, Kevin Lafferty with Dynamic Energy, and on behalf of Convergent, our partner, Andy Israelson and Chris Streeter. So this slide includes the background of this pilot program. Exelon did a great job of covering this background from PC 44 to the act itself. So I'm just going to dive into the end of the slide here. So we filed originally 2 proposals, as I'm sure all of you are aware, of the Town Hill and Little Orleans projects back in April. Through the discovery process, and then once you receive comments from other stakeholders, we noticed that a number of changes were needed to the Little Orleans project. And so based on the time between when we received the comments and when this hearing was, and the number of changes we would need to make, we didn't want to waste the commission's time with bringing forward a proposal with so many changes right in advance of this hearing. So instead, we withdrew that proposal temporarily. We are revising it, and we intend to file it on or before September 15th as provided by the Act. So today's presentation will focus only on the Town Hill project. Okay, so I'm going to walk through how we identified our potential projects for storage. PE conducted an assessment of its system constraints and reliability issues to determine the best potential locations for these projects. And that assessment really looked at our poorest performing feeder lists, geographic locations where a battery might make more sense than a more traditional type of T&D project. And so based on that assessment of our service territory, we identified the Town Hill and Little Orleans circuits as the best candidates for storage applications. The main reasons for these 2 locations was the repeated presence of these circuits on the poorest performing feeder lists, as well as the challenging geography of these circuits. As I'm going to discuss today, the Town Hill project is located along a state forest. It traverses, over a mountain into a valley. So that very difficult geography makes a battery a really good candidate for resolving the reliability issue at this location, as opposed to a more traditional project. So we heard in stakeholder comments opposition to this project, and we heard, more potential interest in this traditional T&D project instead. So we wanted to give the commission more information on what this traditional project would look like, just so you are fully informed on making the decision on whether to approve the Town Hill battery or not. So there really are 2 potential traditional projects we could do here to resolve the reliability issue if our battery is rejected. The first would be an overhead traditional project. This would be 7,000 new feet of overhead distribution line, impacting 280,000 square feet of new right-of-way and reconductoring over 5 miles of existing line. Total cost $1.9 million. And then we have a partially underground traditional solution. And as we discussed this more internally, it became clearer and clearer to us that this is the better option if we were forced to move forward with a traditional type of project rather than our preferred battery approach. The reason it would be preferred to go this route, even though it's slightly more expensive, is we would not disturb much of the Green Ridge State Forest. So we'd have 7,000 feet of underground line instead of overhead line, but it would only impact 70,000 square feet of new right-of-way rather than the 280,000 square feet. We would still need to reconduct over 5 miles of existing line. our total cost here at $2.06 million. Here's the map identifying the proposed battery location, as well as the location of the alternative traditional project. Another map identifying the battery location. So now I'm going to talk through our request for proposal process. So after identifying our 2 circuits where we believe the battery made the most sense in our service territory, we issued an RFP for all 4 storage models from the ACT. And then in the first round of the RFP issuance, we did not receive as much response as we thought we should. So we reached out to our bidders, we answered the questions that they had, and we extended the RFP response deadline just to try to drive as much additional response as we could get. So we extended that deadline until February 24th, 2020. Ultimately, we did receive additional bidders at that point, and after reviewing those responses, we chose Convergent Energy and Power LP as our partner for the pilot program. Our decision to move forward with Convergent was based on their significant expertise in this industry as a leading battery storage operator. This would be our first storage project at Potomac Edison, so we feel it's very important to partner with a company with such significant experience. We think that will help our battery ensure that it's operated efficiently, optimizes reliability benefits, and allows us to obtain significant learnings from partnering with them. And then partnering with Convergent on both proposed projects, the Town Hill project that's before you today, as well as the Little Orleans project, allows us to have some cost savings associated with Convergent taking both projects on, as well as allows us to contrast the 2 different ownership models. The 2 projects have similar use cases, and we can compare and contrast a utility-owned project, which would be the Little Orleans project, and the Town Hill project, which would be a third-party owned project. Now I'm going to walk through the battery operation. So the battery will serve this reliability benefit 20 days per year. And this was based on looking at our historical weather patterns. We believe the 20 days per year will cover us and the intended purpose here of needing to serve these customers on this circuit during an outage event. So we would reserve the battery based on weather forecast a day ahead. And then in the event of loss of source, the battery would operate in island mode and serve the customers on this circuit during that weather event. And then this is a modification to our initial Town Hill filing, and it's included in our July 7th filing last week. It's more of a fine tuning, explaining exactly how we would conduct peak shifting for this project. So we would have 30 days per year, specifically in which Convergent would reduce Potomac Edison's zonal peak load contribution and network service peak loads. That's going to help reduce our transmission and capacity obligations for Potomac Edison. The remaining days per year, Convergent would bid these resources into the regulation reserves markets at PJM. And although these revenues wouldn't be passed on to Potomac Edison because it's a third-party owned project, PE's customers are benefited from a lower overall contract price as a result of Convergent's projected revenues here. Here is a cost-benefit analysis table we included in our updated July 7th filing, including the dollar amounts in both nominal and net present value for the CBA. And now I'm going to walk through the value streams. I already talked through the traditional wires investment that would be deferred. So for energy conservation during time of peak, it's our next value stream. We adjusted this calculation as well in our updated filing last week. So we are including this benefit for the 20 days in which we're in island mode, as well as the 30 days in which the battery is being operated to reduce the peaks. And then we also utilize the Empower Avoided Cost model as recommended by stakeholders in comments. And this is a total value of just over $47,000. Turning to peak shaving, this was adjusted in our most recent filing. 30 days per year, the battery would be operated specifically to reduce the zonal 1CP and 5CP, reducing our overall transmission and capacity obligations. We also updated this calculation based on stakeholder comments to use the Empower Avoided Cost model, total value just over $1.1 million. Turning to air emissions, we still are using the PC44 working group calculation here. We believe that working group calculation was come up with collaboratively. So we think it makes sense to continue to stick with that calculation despite recommendations to the contrary from stakeholders. We changed it slightly though for our project. We now are only taking this benefit for 50 days per year. So the time is when we're in island mode or peak shifting. And so our air emissions value is slightly reduced there. Same approach to health benefits. We reduced the calculation to only counting at 50 days per year. And then reliability. So in the initial filing, we included this additional value stream. However, I believe it's staff's comments indicated that this could result in double counting. If we're counting the deferral value of the traditional T&D project, which would also provide this reliability benefit, we can't also count this value stream independently of that. So we accepted that criticism and we removed it from our revised filing last week. Turning to the non-quantifiable value streams identified by the PC44 working group, NOx emissions, again, from the load shifting of this battery, we project that there would be a reduction in NOx emissions. And learnings, you know, that's a significant non-quantifiable value stream for us. This is our first distribution storage asset. We're partnering with Convergent. We expect to learn significantly from Convergent's expertise in this industry. And we are excited to compare and contrast the two ownership models with similar reliability use cases if both the Little Orleans and Town Hill projects are approved. There also are benefits associated with third-party ownership. So there is a lower overall project cost as a result of Convergent projecting PJM market revenues here. And then partnering with Convergent is expected to, did lower the price of these projects based on their close locations, based on Convergent taking on both projects. And then Convergent also has strong buying power in this industry. So all of those savings are reflected in the price of this project. In terms of economic development, Convergent predicts that Town Hill will create work for over 50 tradespeople and contribute to overall economic health, job growth, property tax revenues. Then in terms of resilience, grid services, and operational flexibility, you know, this battery will be used for reliability purposes primarily, but we expect sort of as the pilot evolves, as we begin to use the battery, we could see additional use cases for this. There may be voltage support that could be provided. It could address bottlenecks and choke points. So we wanted to include these here as potential value streams of the project as well. In terms of cost recovery, P is establishing a regulatory asset for all pilot costs, including O&M expenses, a return on and of the company's capital investment and related property taxes. We included this estimated rate impact by customer class in our revised filing. It was also in discovery responses, but we wanted to formally include it there, have the chart pasted here as well. And the cost allocations are based on our last rate case and subject to change based on the allocators approved in our next rate case. So that's our presentation. I'll open it up for questions. I'll field the questions and then defer them to our subject matter experts as necessary.
Great. That was a nice presentation. Thank you, Ms. Harold. So you're in a different situation than Exelon. You just pulled one of your two projects to further work things out. How are you asking the commission to review the Town Hill project? Should we wait for the second one to be filed, or should we review these independently of each other?
So we really do defer to your judgment on that. To the extent it makes more sense for you to approve Town Hill independently or rule on Town Hill independently of Little Orleans, that would be acceptable. But we do think, you know, both projects together provide additional benefits. You know, we think there is some savings in having both projects together being operated by Convergent. So it may make sense for you to wait.
That's what I was thinking, just because we don't know the final contours of how your other project will complement Town Hill, if it will complement Town Hill, and it sounds like it will. So that was just a procedural thought I had. And your estimate of when you'd file that project, would it be the deadline of September 15th?
We are trying to move as quickly as possible, so certainly no later than September 15th, but if earlier, definitely earlier.
Okay. We heard earlier today from Exelon, they let us know that they had 87 unique vendors who responded to their RFP. Doesn't sound like it was as robust with the PE offering. Can you tell us how many folks applied, or can you tell us why you didn't receive as many expressions of interest initially, and you had to rebid?
Sure. So we worked with EPRI to get a list of 24 potential bidders that we understood as being able to provide any of the 4 different ownership models that were in the Act. And ultimately, we weren't receiving very much interest. It isn't entirely clear why. We received a number of questions afterwards. We resolved those questions. We tried to make it more flexible by indicating that any type of battery proposal could be made here. One question that a couple of vendors asked was, do we have to buy the property and build it ourselves? So we clarified, no, you don't have to do that. You can just, give us any type of bid and we'll evaluate it. So after we clarified the questions of bidders and extended the response time frame, then we had 4 responses. So that's what we worked with.
Okay, thank you. It's a little ironic here where you had OPC and staff either recommending rejection or there were a couple issues here. I also recognize that the benefit cost ratio here is substantially below 1, but I think it results from the situation and where your constraints are in the system. So that's not necessarily something that the commission holds against the utility. Okay, let me see if my fellow commissioners have questions. Commissioner Linton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had a question regarding the battery operation. I think it was slide 8 on your presentation. So since this is the battery is proposed to sit on one of the poorest performing feeders, under your proposal, you have to alert the third party owner in advance, like you pick 20 days in advance to let them know that these are the days that you anticipate using the battery. And you said in your presentation it was based on weather forecasts or other potential predictions of inclement weather. So, as we all know, emergencies happen. What's the flexibility in the arrangement that you have with the third-party owner of the battery system? Are you able to say, we just had there's no wood in my area, but I'd knock on it if I could. There's a derecho that just came in the neighborhood. It just came through. We need the battery for the next 4 days. Is that something that you're able to say to them? What happens if it goes over 20 days at the end of the year? And help me to understand how it would work if the reserved time that you have of the 20 days is not enough.
Yes, we've discussed that with Convergent, and we would work. So we haven't drafted the particular contract terms yet, but we're both under the understanding that we would include that type of language to go above 20 days in the contract itself. There'd be some probably additional monetary component to that to call it beyond those 20 days. We haven't worked out those details yet, but yes, we intend to have that provision in the contract that would allow us to call it in for more than 20 days.
Okay, so is there you said a monetary impact? What happens with that? Is that something that ends up getting passed on to customers? Is that something the company absorbs? How is that part of it handled?
So we haven't discussed sort of what that amount would be at this point. And so, yeah, frankly, we haven't had those discussions. That's something we could talk about more detail and get more information to you if that would help.
Sure, if you have it. I mean, I'll obviously just whatever details you can provide.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Herman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm looking at the top of page, let me see. The top of page 13 of your comments you filed last week. And the very first sentence, the regulatory asset will include all pilot O&M expenses, comma, a return on and of the company's capital investment and related property taxes. Are you proposing that you, like the Exelon companies, would earn a return on the O&M, or are you proposing only a return on capital assets?
I'm going to defer that to rates. I believe I know the answer, but just to make sure I'm accurate.
Okay.
Sewer Ray, could you step in here?
Good morning. This is Ray Valdez from Potomac Edison. In answer to your question, it would be a return just on the capital assets.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Valdez. So that's different than what we heard with respect to the Exelon companies.
That's correct.
Okay. What capital assets would you have with respect to the project that's been proposed thus far?
They are very small for this project. They were just for interconnection, and they're about $50,000 in total, estimated.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Valdez.
Thank you.
Oh, I did have another question. One of the issues seemed to be, and it may not be for you, Mr. Valdez, sorry, maybe for one of your engineers, but when is the wire solution going to be needed? Because I didn't see the timing with respect to when you would need the new wires alternative. And I think staff had some concerns with if we didn't have a timing there, we wouldn't be able to calculate the value of avoiding that.
Right. So we had been planning for this battery solution. So I think we were approaching it maybe a little bit different from the Exelon utilities. This was in our plans. So when we were pushed so hard on it in comments, we really talked internally to figure out, exactly what that timing would be. So we know if the battery is rejected, we would imminently need to begin the design of the traditional project. So we think it would be along the same timeline as the battery installation when the traditional project would need to go in place.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
And Ms. Harold, I asked the question of the Exelon companies, would it take about the same time period, 12 to 18 months, for your project to be developed once approved?
Yes, I'm going to refer that to Mr. Israelson at Convergent just to confirm, but I believe that's what we've discussed previously.
Yes, Commissioner, that timeline, albeit conservative, is one that still stands even in light of COVID. As some of the Exelon contractors have put forth, procurement, engineering, planning can take every bit of 12 months. But we think it's safely doable, but obviously the swift resolution of any contracting and approvals from both this commission and also authorities having jurisdiction, and that goes to the outreach part, are key items to making sure that we stay on that timeline.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, hearing none, thank you, Ms. Harold. We will await PE's additional filing on your second project.
Thank you.
At this time, we will turn and move to parties that responded to the utilities proposal, and the utilities attempted to respond to those comments today during their presentations. We only have two parties. We're going to start with the Office of People's Counsel, and then we'll conclude with a presentation by Commission technical staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you and see you, Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, OPC's presentation today will primarily consist of comments and a slide deck from OPC's consultants, Synapse Energy Economics. Synapse lead presenter will be Dr. Steve Latender. He'll be joined by fellow Synapse consultants Courtney Lane and Aaron Camp. Dr. Latender will address issues related to PJM markets. Ms. Lane will address the cost-benefit issues, and Dr. Camp will address the environmental impact issues. Before turning it over to Synapse, I'd like to make a few brief comments. First, on this issue of contingency, and this goes to Commissioner Linton's earlier question to BGE. For purposes of conducting a BCA, so that the Commission can get a sense of what the costs and benefits are of these programs, and in light of the novel aspect of these projects, OPC doesn't oppose the inclusion of a contingency for that purpose. But I just want to state for the record at this hearing, and as we stated in footnote 2, page 5 of our comments in this docket, we would oppose the recovery of contingency costs through an MRP or any other mechanism that recovers a utility's estimated costs. We do have discovery outstanding right now in case number 9645 on the issue of contingency in the MRP, trying to get a better understanding of it, and our consultants will address that in the testimony filed in that docket on August 14th. To the extent that anyone construes any of the Exelon proposals in this case before the Commission today is seeking authorization to recover contingency costs from ratepayers, we would oppose that. The second issue I wanted to raise, Your Honor, is the issue of incentive with respect to third-party payments. Commissioner Herman has raised this issue, discussed it with Mr. Seegers. It's been pretty well, the record's been pretty well developed at this point. I would just like to note that OPC made the point that Commissioner Herman raised in comments that we filed on May 17th, 2019 in the PC 44 docket following the passage of Senate Bill 573. Specifically that there's no need to incentivize a utility to do something that the legislature has already required it to do. And I'd just like to reiterate now that that is our position in this case. There's no need to level a playing field, to use the phrase that Mr. Seegers used, because the General Assembly, for purposes of these pilot projects, has already done that. And just lastly, on the issue, going back to another one of Commissioner Herman's questions on ratepayer interests, as the commission may recall, in PC 44, OPC's initial position before the passage of 7216, Senate Bill 573, was that these storage projects should be a cost-effective alternative to a traditional distribution solution. Once the statute was passed and did not contain that requirement, OPC did back off that position, at least for the pilot projects, because the legislature expressed a preference to encourage utility storage projects in the state. And in light of the limited size of the program, OPC took what you may call a more accommodating view of these projects in this docket than we maybe otherwise would have had they appeared outside of a pilot or absent the statute. That said, if we see more storage projects coming along in rate proceedings, and the BCA numbers are along the lines of some of the results that we've seen here, I would expect, don't want to prejudge anything, but I would expect that the level of scrutiny will be more along the lines. It'll be far more in depth than what we've put forth here in terms of the cost of these projects. With that, Your Honor, I'll turn it over to Dr. Latender to begin Synapse's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. If I could just go back to number 2, incentives. What are examples of some of these incentives that you referred to that Commissioner Herman referenced?
Specifically, I believe it's on page 82 of the Exelon comments. There's a discussion of capitalizing O&M costs. So in other words, the costs that that Exelon would pay to third parties involved in these storage projects that would appear to be O&M costs. There's a request to capitalize those and earn a return on them, similar to a rate-based item, and the the kind of rationales and justifications that we've seen in the written comments and comments made today at this hearing are that there's a need to incentivize the utilities to look more favorably upon these kinds of mechanisms, and that there's also a need to level the playing field. That's specifically what I'm speaking about. Thank you.
Okay. Was that the only incentive, the capitalization of O&M costs?
Yes, Your Honor, that I'm aware of, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. You may begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Can everyone see my slides and hear my voice?
Yes, we can to both.
Excellent. Great. Well, as Mr. Cleaver suggested, I will begin our presentation. I will then pass the baton to Courtney Lane, who will be discussing the issues of cost effectiveness. And then finally, Dr. Aaron Camp will cover our environmental analysis for these pilot projects. So I'm going to, as mentioned, do a brief overview and then discuss our findings in terms of wholesale market issues, and then we'll continue with cost effectiveness analysis, and then again conclude with our findings in terms of the environmental analysis. So battery storage systems are unique as they represent both demand for energy when charging and supply of energy when discharging. This unique feature of batteries as grid resources allows them to provide multiple value streams. Someone once famously said that battery storage represents the Swiss Army knife of the grid. So the services that they can provide are at various levels, and this includes the wholesale level serving RTO ISO markets, at the utility service level, providing deferral of transmission distribution assets, congestion relief, etc. And then battery systems also provide value streams for customers in terms of backup power, electric bill management, among others. So it's widely understood in the industry the need to stack these values across these different levels to make battery storage investments cost effective. And so there's been quite a bit of discussion already amongst the utilities and their proposals to figure out how they can stack these benefits, which benefits are compatible. It's important to recognize that transitioning between modes of operation to capture multiple value streams is quite a complex engineering and economic optimization process. So the Maryland Energy Storage Pilot Program provides the opportunity to gain valuable learnings on the challenges of meeting the technical requirements for different value streams at different levels of the grid. So certainly would commend the development of this pilot program. It will provide some very important learnings. For example, as we've seen in this utility proposals, many of these proposals are focused on one of the highest values, or what we call the anchor value, which would be deferring investments or avoiding investments in transmission and distribution infrastructure. And then similarly trying to, while providing that service, also generate market revenues through PJM, among other types of stacked values. So recent trends and analyst projections suggest exponential growth in battery storage systems deployment across the country and across the globe. The industry is poised to become a major economic opportunity, representing hundreds of billions of dollars in new investment in the coming decade. And this is information that's obtained from the Bloomberg New Energy Finance, looking at the future of this industry. We should note, however, that this is still early days in terms of battery technology and integrating into the grid, as many of our prior presenters have noted. In PJM's service territory, there are about 5.3 gigawatts of electrical storage, and the vast majority of that is pumped hydro. A small percentage, just 4%, represents other storage technologies, which is largely battery technologies. And that represents about 300 megawatts of installed battery storage capacity within PJM's footprint. So again, this is an industry that's poised for growth, but these are early days, and this pilot energy storage program is an excellent opportunity for stakeholders in the state of Maryland to gain new insights in terms of how this technology can be deployed and serve the multiple value streams that I referenced in the prior slide. So I won't spend much time on the projects themselves, as the utilities have provided us a thorough overview of each of the projects. I would just like to note one comment in regard to duration. Duration is the number of hours that a battery resource can continuously provide power to the electric grid. So the Potomac Edison project had the longest duration battery system at 4.8 hours. And again, to calculate duration, you take the energy storage capacity in megawatt hours, divide that by the megawatt power capacity of the system. Both BGE projects have 1.5 hour durations, so that's much less than what Potomac Edison was proposing. DP&L's Elk Neck also has a 1.5 hour duration, and the Ocean City project has a 3-hour duration. The two battery projects proposed for PEPCO also have 3-hour durations. The durations of the energy storage systems is important. It relates directly to the types of services that these systems can provide. With that quick overview, I'd like to go into our analysis of the wholesale market issues. Having difficulty advancing the slide. My apologies. Oh, there we go. Okay, my apologies. So the PC44 Energy Storage Working Group recognized the potential for energy storage projects to receive revenues through PJM market activities. Unlike other value streams discussed in the Working Group's December 2019 report on proposed metrics, there was no explicit guidance on how to calculate these revenues, noting that all PJM projected earnings will thus need to be calculated based upon the manner that batteries are permitted to participate in the PJM market. So the revenue potential is based on the hours in a given year that a battery storage system will be available to deliver PJM market services and forecasts of the market clearing prices for the services that they are designed to provide. I've highlighted here the market services that the utilities have targeted with their projects. 5 of the 7 projects included revenues from participation in PJM's frequency response, regulation ancillary services market. The original Potomac Edison application included market revenues for reserve capacity, and the DP&L includes market revenues based on energy arbitrage, which is the practice of buying low-cost energy off-peak and selling that energy during high-cost peak hours. So these are the 3 market services that these projects are seeking to monetize. So PJM has been a leader in the integration of batteries into its wholesale markets. Its fast response regulation service, known as Reg-D, which a number of presentations have referenced, has attracted interest from battery storage developers as far back as 2008. In 2018, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission issued its historic Order 841, which directed national regional grid operators to remove barriers to the participation of electric storage in wholesale markets. PJM's compliance filing in response to Order 841 included additional market reforms to integrate energy storage resources into its wholesale markets. PJM's compliance filing was largely approved by FERC, with the exception of its 10-hour duration requirement for energy storage systems participating in PJM's wholesale capacity market. And this issue is still yet unresolved. None of the projects being proposed today would be eligible to participate in PJM's capacity market given the duration of the systems being proposed. They would not meet the 10-hour duration requirement. In December of 2019, PJM implemented its energy storage resource participation model, and I provide some of the elements of the ESR participation model here for your reference. And just noting that this was just implemented at the end of 2019, so this is still a very new market structure that these energy storage systems would participate in. So this is table 5 from our Synapse report and provides the PJM market revenue projections for each project. The original Potomac Edison calculations of PJM market revenues contained errors noted in our report, which were also noted in the Commission staff's assessment. The revised estimates of market revenues in the Town Hill project seem reasonable based on our quick review of those since we just received their revised proposal last week. As noted by the presenter, it is a third-party owned and operated project, and so the revenues that they're projecting would not accrue to the utility. We focused our analysis of the PJM market revenues for the Exelon utilities on regulation market revenues. Our analysis found that these market revenue projections are reasonable. As Ms. Lane will note in her presentation, we raised concerns in our report about including PJM market revenues in the benefit cost analysis for the Elk Neck project, given that PJM does not currently allow VPP project to participate in this market. And this has been something that's been discussed earlier today as well. So moving on to our conclusions on wholesale market energy issues. First, want to note that there are significant risks associated with PJM market revenue projections. The PJM system only requires between 500 megawatts and 800 megawatts of resources providing regulation services at any given time. The current PJM queue has over 15 gigawatts of energy storage resources, which includes the combined capacity of storage paired with renewable generation and standalone projects. The standalone projects listed and active in the PJM queue represent 6 gigawatts of potential new energy storage capacity in the system. Certainly not all of this storage will be built, but it does represent significant growth in the current installed capacity of 300 megawatts. So given this current installed capacity and what we see in the PJM queue, it is possible and perhaps likely that the regulation market will become saturated and market prices will become depressed. As such, we recommend that the utilities should conduct sensitivity analysis around PJM market revenues to account for the uncertainty in terms of market prices going forward. Second, the utility should explicitly demonstrate that the projects being proposed meet the technical specifications and performance standards for participation in PJM's wholesale markets. In addition, the incremental cost for metering and telemetry required to participate in PJM's markets should be made explicit. And finally, for third-party owned projects, any anticipated PJM market revenue should be transparent regarding how those revenues were factored into the service contracts for these third-party owned projects. So with that, I will turn it over to Courtney Lane, who will discuss the utility cost-effective analysis. And when you want me to advance the slide, please let me know, Courtney.
Ms. Lane, we cannot hear you. It looks like your mic is on, but for some reason we can't hear your voice.
Courtney, try unmuting your phone as well as your computer.
Or Ms. Camp, Dr. Camp, perhaps would you like to go with the environmental review, and I'll give, oh, there you are. Ms. Lane, we hear you. Ms. Lane, can you speak up? I think we heard you.
Courtney, we heard you.
Apparently she can no longer hear us.
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Okay, we're here loud and clear.
Okay, sorry, I just don't know what's happening to my headset, so I have changed to my computer. Okay, great. So I will be discussing the cost effectiveness analyses conducted by the utilities. As indicated in our report, I reviewed all 8 proposals, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'll only be focusing on the storage projects where we still have concerns that we wanted to raise for the Commission. So to start things off with Potomac Edison's Town Hill proposal, we greatly appreciated the amended petition filed by the company, which corrected several of the issues we noted in our comments, specifically first changing the calculation of energy conservation during the time of peak. A quick assessment of the revised petition, I did note that they are still taking the 2019 Empower values for these avoided energy costs and inflating them instead of using the energy cost forecast within the Empower avoided costs for the corresponding years of the battery storage pilot. But conducting that comparison, it's small and it doesn't impact the overall benefit cost ratio. They also corrected their calculation of the deferral value. So it now accounts for the full revenue requirements of the traditional solution and property taxes. They also corrected for the calculation of peak shaving benefit and provided more detail on the PJM market participation, which was very helpful. We're still concerned that the emission benefit is too high using the 50 cycles per year, but my colleague, Dr. Erin Camp, will be speaking to that next. We still have a couple concerns remaining with the amended petition. Without the deferral value, the benefit cost ratio is still very low at 0.23. This was also questioned by staff regarding whether there's actually a true deferral need. I realized that the company put forth additional information in the amended petition, but we still have some uncertainties around exactly what year it really will be constructed and whether benefits should be counted in that first year. In addition to that, we still have concerns about some of the qualitative benefits lacking enough justification and substance. We understand that the PC44 working group did not identify methodologies to quantify qualitative benefits and did not require the utilities to do so. However, we think that where a qualitative benefit is put forth, efforts should be made to track it going forward in an attempt to quantify in annual reports. So specifically for hosting capacity, the company indicates that there will be about 2,000 kW of hosting capacity available after the storage project is installed, but they're only estimating about 100 kW of new solar that would be installed in the next 10 years. So it doesn't seem like this as a qualitative benefit should be included in the assessment of the project, but we definitely urge the company to report on this going forward. And as it was discussed earlier, we would recommend waiting to approve the Town Hill storage project until the Little Orleans petition is filed. In our original comments, we noted that given the similarities between these two projects, it may be optimal to only approve one of the projects, depending on the cost and benefit cost ratio of the Little Orleans project. Given their similarities, there might be more benefit in doing sort of a case assessment against the two. Do one with traditional investment and one with the battery and see which one works better for reliability and which one is more cost effective. Next slide. So for BGE, we did not have any major concerns with the benefit cost assessment methodology for Chesapeake. For the Fairhaven project, our biggest concern was just that the projected capital costs for this project seem higher than recent benchmarking studies for a similar type of project. You'll see in this chart, for the recent Lazard study on nameplate energy costs and nameplate capacity costs, the Fairhaven project is over on energy costs and is out on the higher end for capacity costs. And as Mr. Cleaver mentioned, there isn't a concern with using the higher costs, which you think are likely driven from contingency costs for the benefit cost assessment, but going forward, if it were to be used for cost recovery, they should be carefully assessed. Next slide. So for the Elk Neck project for Delmarva, we had several issues that we wanted to note for this project. The first, as Dr. Latondra mentioned, is that we didn't think it was appropriate for the PJM market revenue to be included in this benefit cost assessment. With the significant uncertainty about its ability to participate in the market, we felt it was more conservative to remove it. We think that this definitely will create a learning opportunity, which is important, but perhaps not appropriate for cost-benefit analysis. Earlier in their presentation, I was happy to hear that Delmarva will consider tracking programs and savings related to its other programs like Empower, direct load control, time of use. For this pilot, we would like to see it go a step further and really receive a commitment from the company that they will engage in targeted outreach and education to make sure that customers participating in the pilot understand the benefits that they can receive from the SunVerge software platform by participating in these other programs, and really make sure that these additional benefits can be realized, especially because of the low benefit cost ratio. And this goes to solar PV systems that are also already interconnected in the system. There should be targeted outreach to really try and make sure that some of these customers at least are participating in the pilot. And similar to the first project, we think one of the main benefits of LConnect is the fact that it's the only VPP model and it's all about learnings for this project. So any place where the company has claimed that there'll be additional benefits realized, that these are tracked and quantified and included in any reporting to the commission. Next slide. So for Ocean City, we had a couple issues that we wanted to highlight here as well. For qualitative benefits, there were several that we thought could use more justification. For example, when we had asked about how the battery project will extend the service life from reduced thermal stress on the system, they weren't able to sort of quantify or estimate what that benefit actually would be. Similarly to annual noise complaints, they said they did not have access to that information. So as with the other projects, if a qualitative benefit is used to support a project, we would hope that it would be quantified and tracked in future reporting to the commission. Similar to other programs as well, projects as well, the capital costs were found to be above industry average. Here you'll note that the Bloomberg New Energy Finance for a similar size utility scale project was about $370 per kilowatt hour, whereas the Ocean City project comes in at about $1,313 per kilowatt hour. Also, we do have concerns about whether this battery can actually operate and deliver all the benefits that are noted in the petition. And Dr. Latondra mentioned this as well, but it's going to be very important to just make sure that there's coordination between charging and discharging scenarios to really ensure that these benefits are realized. Next slide. And lastly, for Pepco's National Harbor, very similar comments about the capital costs being higher than recent industry studies. As you'll see here, both the nameplate energy costs and nameplate capacity costs are higher than recent industry averages. So same concern about using contingency costs for any sort of cost recovery outside of just looking at a benefit cost assessment. And lastly, though not in this slide, we did review the Montgomery County project as well, but we did not have any concerns or comments on their benefit cost analysis. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Camp.
Great, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Super.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Stanek and the commissioners. My name is Erin Camp, and I will be discussing the emissions impact analysis of the proposed battery storage systems. Next slide. First, I'd like to start off by providing an overview of the PC44 Energy Storage Working Group's approach to calculate the emissions impact of the battery storage systems. The working group suggested that the utilities use an average annual marginal emissions reduction value of 84 pounds carbon dioxide per megawatt hour shifted from an on-peak hour to an off-peak hour. This value comes from PJM's 2018 marginal emissions data, which I've pasted here at the bottom of the slide. You can see 84 is circled in a red dashed line. That's the average annual marginal emissions value. The PC44 working group also mentioned to the utilities that they should account for battery round trip efficiency losses only in the calculation of the net energy shifted from an on-peak hour to an off-peak hour. And the example that the working group provided showed a battery of 1 megawatt capacity with a 4 megawatt hours with a round trip efficiency of 85%. That would avoid about 285.6 pounds of carbon dioxide avoided in that one cycle. So there are two primary issues with this proposed approach. Steve, you can advance to the next slide. The first issue with this approach is the use of the average annual marginal emissions value. As you can see in the table at the bottom of the slide, which is the same as the one on the previous slide, the monthly marginal emissions delta in the third row of the table varies greatly from month to month. It varies, in 2018, it varied from 178 pounds of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour in October, all the way to negative 10 pounds of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour in March. Notably, there were 3 months in 2018 in which the marginal emissions delta was below zero. In other words, on average in those 3 months, the off-peak hours had higher emissions values than the on-peak hours. Because of this significant variability, it's important to use a more granular approach than an annual emissions value for batteries that are not going to be operated equally throughout the entirety of the year. And that is the case with all of the batteries that we're discussing today. A more granular approach could involve two options. It could either be an hourly marginal emissions analysis, which is the most optimal and the most granular, but that type of analysis can be complex and requires detailed modeling. Therefore, we would recommend instead to the utilities to use a monthly marginal emissions value that corresponds to the expected operation of the battery in a given year. I'll also note that Potomac Edison included all cycles of the battery rather than just the hours that shift energy demand from an on-peak to an off-peak hour. And I will acknowledge that they revised their calculation and brought the number of cycles in this calculation down, but it still overestimates the emissions benefits of their battery at Town Hill. Next slide. The second key issue that we have with the proposed approach from the working group is that it does not account for the losses of the battery. All energy storage technologies operate at a loss, and batteries specifically have round-trip efficiencies between 70 to 90%. 3 battery proposals that we're discussing today have efficiencies between 84 and 87%, with the remainder of the batteries having an efficiency of 90% or above. For example, a battery with an efficiency of 90% would require charging of 100 megawatt hours in order to be able to discharge 90 megawatt hours later. That means that there's 10 megawatt hours of energy lost in this process of charging and discharging. The PC44 working group approach does not account for the emissions associated with those 10 megawatt hours that are lost in the example I just provided. This is a key component in calculating the emissions of a battery. In order for a battery to have a net decrease in emissions, the marginal emissions delta between the hours at which the battery is charging and discharging must be higher than the losses of the battery in order to have an emissions reduction. For example, with the battery example that I spoke of earlier, with a 90% round trip efficiency, the marginal emissions delta of all hours that the battery is operating would have to be always greater than 10%. And in the case of 2018, looking at the table at the bottom of the slide, there were only 3 months of 2018 in which the average monthly marginal emissions delta was greater than 10%. And that was July, September, and October. So for this reason, it's very difficult for a battery to have a net reduction in emissions. Next slide, please. So Synapse did an analysis of the battery proposals using the most optimal analysis approach, an hourly approach. To do this, we use the Avoided Emissions and Generation Tool, or AVERT. Synapse developed this tool on behalf of the US EPA and maintains it on an annual basis. This tool uses hourly marginal emissions rates from the previous year in order to estimate emissions impacts of a resource on the grid. Because the utilities did not have expected hourly discharge and charge profiles for their batteries, Synapse developed an hourly annual charge and discharge profile for each battery based on the utility's proposed operation for each proposal. The table at the bottom of this slide shows the results from AVERT for each battery proposal. On the right-hand side, it shows the emissions impact in units of tons of carbon dioxide per year. Positive numbers indicate batteries increase emissions, and a negative number indicates that a battery has a reduction in emissions. Notably, all proposals, except for the Montgomery County bus and the Elk Neck, have a moderate emissions increase on an annual basis. Notably, Elk Neck has a negligible emissions impact because of the small size of the storage project, falls within the margin of error of the tool. Additionally, the Montgomery County Bus Depot provides an emissions reduction because the utility proposes to pair it with an on-site solar array. Next slide, please. So in summary, I recommend a refinement of the PC44 working group emissions approach in two ways. First, by using an average monthly marginal emissions reduction value based on the expected operation of the batteries in the year. And furthermore, accounting for the emissions associated with the losses of the battery. Specifically for Potomac Edison, I would recommend applying the monthly marginal emissions value only to the cycles that shift energy demand from an on-peak to an off-peak hour, and not including the days in which the battery will be in islanding mode. And in conclusion, I would also add, in response to a previous comment from Commissioner Richards about the energy storage reducing emissions, based on FERC Chairman Chatterjee's comment, I would just note that energy storage is a very important technology in order to help the addition of additional renewable energy technologies onto our grid. But in the near term, in order for energy storage to have a net emissions reduction, the best option is for energy storage to be paired with a renewable energy technology, such as the Montgomery County Bus Depot with the solar array. I'll also note that the Montgomery County Bus Depot is planning to take advantage of the federal investment tax credit, which requires 75% of charging to be from the solar array. So long as that proposal continues to take advantage of the tax credit, then there's no concern with that proposal, and it will indeed have a reduction in emissions. I'll summarize Elk Neck by saying that project could have a net avoidance of emissions if it were paired with and charged in part by the residential solar systems that are already installed on the peninsula and participating in net metering, as Ms. Lane stated previously in her slides. I believe that's the end of my presentation. Great. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are happy now to entertain questions from the commissioners, and I will leave my slide deck available if we'd like to reference a particular slide as we respond to your questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for both the comments you pre-filed as well as this very detailed and informative presentation. Let me ask if any of the commissioners have questions for the Synapse team. While we're waiting, I recall, so what was, you recommend either modification or rejection of one project. Which project is that? I'm looking through my notes now, but, or did I have that wrong?
Your Honor, if I could ask, and then the Synapse people could jump in. This is Joe Cleaver for OPC. Your Honor, in the comments that we filed, we recommended rejection of the Town Hill project. That's the one, but and approval of Little Orleans. Town Hill is now the one that's still on the table. Little Orleans has been withdrawn. I would just add that we did, with respect to reporting requirements and a few other conditions, we did recommend approval with modifications on several others.
Okay, thank you. That
Yes.
was what I was thinking about. Now, one of the last charts, we don't need to take a look at it, but you showed that 6 out of the 8 projects result in an increase in emissions. These projects, if they're not paired with some type of renewable resource, will they ever get to zero, or will they always have some type of net increase of CO2?
I'll let Dr. Camp respond to that. Really, it is a function of when the system is being charged and discharged and what the marginal emissions delta is between those different time periods. So some of the charts suggested that there would be months where there could be potentially a net benefit, where the marginal emissions rate is sufficiently in favor of reduced emissions that would both cover the round trip efficiency losses that result from batteries. But Dr. Kemp might want to comment as well.
And maybe Dr. Kemp, when you broke it down by months, they weren't months that were adjacent to each other, so I didn't think seasonal. Maybe one more slide. There you go. So January, March, and December, I guess they are more winter months. Is that it? Is it temperature?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? Were you asking about the temperature of the month?
Right. I was just wondering. So it's January, March, and December are the only 3 months where they're outliers. And my question was, why is that?
That is because the marginal unit that's operating in PJM during those months has a higher emissions rate than the marginal unit operating on peak hours. Essentially, it has to do with what units are operating at what time of day that causes that to have a negative delta in the winter months.
Okay. All right. So you have the profile of the bid stack for each of the individual months, so you're able to calculate this?
Yes. So though this table shows the monthly marginal emissions rates, the analysis that I performed was on an hourly basis using the AVERT tool. Yeah.
Great.
So I use the most granular approach to show the results on later slide.
Okay. Well, I see your concerns since you're looking at it on such a granular level, and the work group only is looking at it on an annual basis, if I understand that correctly.
That is correct, yes. And because most of the batteries that we're discussing today are not going to be operated equally throughout the year, it would make sense to use a more granular approach.
Thank you. And was that argument raised during the PC 44 workgroup proceedings, or is this a new issue that's being brought to the attention of the commission and the workgroup, if you know?
I'll let Mr. Cleaver speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Joe Cleaver for OPC. I can answer that question. Your Honor, no. I mean, and in hindsight, I wish we had the Synapse team and Dr. Camp at the table. OPC was a participant in the PC 44 working group. We were, given every opportunity to comment. Judge Lawrence did a great job incorporating everyone's feedback, and we were on some tight deadlines, and we had pretty complicated issues to work with. This particular granularity with respect to this data was not an issue for the working group, and it was not an issue that crossed my radar. In presenting it now, once it was brought to our attention by the Synapse team after we'd retained them to assist us with this process, the judgment that we made as an agency was that, if we think this is a better way to do it, which is what I now know and now think, that we should bring this to the commission's attention, and that this is the approach we should take, rather than something that we don't believe is as precise, simply because OPC did not presented to the working group. So we do view it as a refinement of what was previously presented.
Well, regardless of the stage of the proceeding, if there is a better way, and to the extent we could accommodate it, we will consider that. So thank you for that. Let me turn to Commissioner Herman for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. I'm on page 12 of the Synapse report under overall recommendations, actually page 13. The top bullet, I understand about meeting the technical specifications and performance standards, but you say that the utility should identify the incremental cost for telemetry and metering to participate in PJM markets. Is it your position that those costs, to the extent the utility had any, wouldn't already be included in their cost estimate for the project?
No, that is definitely not the case. We would just think it would be valuable to the learning process if we were to understand explicitly what those costs are relative to the total project costs. So we would expect that those costs would be embedded in the project. It was just we didn't have the level of detail to identify those specific costs.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. And then looking down to the Elk Neck, your review of the Elk Neck project, it says it's not clear whether Delmarva will coordinate any of the additional technologies. I don't know, were you all listening to my discussion with Mr. Sunderhoff earlier today?
Yes, we were, and I believe that Ms. Lane referenced that conversation, acknowledging that their willingness and interest in using that platform to integrate more technologies and services to the customers.
Right, I wanted to make sure that you heard the same thing that I heard, because I heard the same thing there. Let me see. I think that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do other commissioners have questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. Thank you to the Synapse representatives as well for that presentation. Our final presentation for today will be from the Commission's technical staff.
Hello, Chairman and Commissioners, Benjamin Baker on behalf of staff. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Baker.
All right, thank you. With me today is Kevin Zong, Drew McAuliffe, Yulia Poboreski, Michael Zhang, Mike Dean, and Catherine McLean. Kevin Zong will be assisting me with this presentation today, and all others will be available to assist with questions that may arise. As has been discussed, these pilot projects that we are evaluating are required by the PUA, and 8 of them were filed on April 15th, but now only 7 are in play. After reviewing these projects, staff believes the following is appropriate. We believe the Commission can potentially accept both the Baltimore Gas and Electric projects. For Delmarva Power and Light, we believe that it would be appropriate to request Delmarva Power and Light to evaluate their Ocean City project to determine if a virtual power plant would be cheaper to deploy there than at Elk Neck. For PEPCO, we believe it is appropriate to accept the Montgomery County project, but we would request that PEPCO study if alternative projects could be studied in place of the National Harbor project due to that project being outside of the PUA reporting timeframe as of right now, and we also have concerns with the project being deployed earlier than necessary. For Potomac Edison, with their modified proposal as of July 7th, we would request that the Commission defer or reject without prejudice that project for this project to be considered, for the Town Hill project to be considered in September with the Little Orleans project. Alternatively, if the commission still wishes to review this proposal at this time, we would just request additional time to review Potomac Edison's revised proposal. And finally, we believe it would be appropriate for the commission to reconvene the storage working group to develop pilot metrics and data collection parameters for this pilot. Some guiding principles from the PUA. The commission will need to approve between 5 to 10 megawatts of storage with a minimum of 15 megawatt hours of energy. The commission will need to consider the project's cost and benefits. And additionally, we'll need to consider if the project is in the public and the ratepayers' interest. When the utilities were proposing these projects, the utilities had to determine if the project could reasonably meet the pilot's proposed timelines and data collection requirements, and they were to give priority to those projects that could defer or avoid distribution needs. For those that could not, they needed to include grid benefits, ratepayer benefits, or further other state policies. So a quick summary of our analysis. Staff did use the joint utilities assumptions of a 15-year useful life for these storage projects. Though staff does note that most of these projects have a 10-year contract or would need to be reinvested in at the end of those 10 years to guarantee capacity through the end of 15 years. It might have been appropriate to consider a 10-year useful life, though we have not done that at this time. Additionally, staff did take a more uniform approach to evaluating these projects. We assumed that benefits would only be available through the end of 10 years and also at the end of 15 years, depending upon the scenarios studied. Under the 10-year scenario, we assumed that contracts would not be extended or reinvestments would not occur. But we did assume that the utility would be allowed to amortize their cost out over the full 15 years, though O&M costs would stop at the end of 10. For the 15-year analysis, we did assume that the utilities assumptions for cost continued out through the end of those 15 years. Then for distribution upgrades, we always assumed that those would either end at the point of 10 years that they would have to reinstall a distribution upgrade at 10 or 15 years. And then BGE did put forward a complete avoidance analysis for their distribution project, which went for the full 30 years of life. So staff ran a worst case analysis for this, which I will discuss in a minute. One correction staff had to our analysis. Originally, we had claimed that the PUA had only allowed storage to be owned and operated for the pilot project. After further review, staff does not maintain this position as was discussed earlier. The PUA does allow for the utilities to consider storage projects outside of the pilot. And so this impacted discussions that we had around BGE's projects and around Pepco's National Harbor project, which we have filed a ROTA on it as of Friday. So for BGE's projects, they proposed two. One was a utility owned and operated project, Fairhaven, and Chesapeake was a third-party owned and operated project. As has been noted earlier, BGE has included the cost of the Fairhaven battery in their current multi-year rate case. And also, as noted in our, BGE has filed a revised cost analysis incorporating some costs that staff had believed were excluded in the original analysis, and staff is thankful for that. So just a quick summary of the results from these analyses. BGE's assumptions, which had assumed storage's price would decrease over 50% over the next 15 years, found that these projects would be cost effective if redeployed. Staff did a worst case analysis on this, and it is a worst case analysis that storage cost would not decline over the next 15 years and that BGE's cost for integration would be double. Under this, staff, depending on your view of the PJM market revenues and optionality, staff found that these cost benefit range from not cost effective to cost effective, but that was in a very aggressive worst case scenario. Staff's analysis, assuming 10 and 15-year deferral, though, and not complete avoidance of the deferral distribution projects, we found that those projects would not be cost effective when combined. Additionally, staff had noted in our analysis that we were concerned with BG&E claiming optionality benefits. This is because the constraint is existing on the system. And so there's a question of what is the probability of these constraints actually disappearing in the future. And that's hard to quantify. And another issue that we've had with the optionality benefit, as we discussed in our write-up to the commission, if you go and look at the New York report from which it was derived, the 50% that is used within this analysis of probability of a constraint occurring or not occurring in the future was an example from that report. And so if we're going to consider optionality going forward in our cost-benefit analyses, we should try and tie them more closely to the actual probability of the constraint materializing or not materializing in the future. But with all this said, staff believes it would be acceptable to potentially accept BGE's projects. These projects defer a distribution upgrade during the Public Utilities Articles study timeframe. There is the potential for these projects, if redeployed in the future, to be cost effective. And Fairhaven was the most cost effective of the utility owned and operated projects. I guess any questions on BG&E before we continue, or would you like me to go continue?
Do commissioners have questions of staff on the BGE projects? Mr. Baker, why don't we proceed and save them to the end?
Yes, sir. Thank you. For Delmarva Power and Light, they proposed two projects. The first we'll discuss is the Elk Neck virtual power plant. This was the only virtual power plant proposed by the parties. Both staff and the company found that this was not a cost-effective project. It does not defer nor avoid any distribution upgrades, but it does provide an opportunity for us to study if customers are willing to participate in distributed energy resource deployment for grid services. Also, another issue that we brought up in our comments was that a large number of the benefits that are associated with the Elk Neck project are that it participates in the PJM market, which, as discussed earlier, there's only a couple virtual power plants currently running in the PJM market. So staff believes that if this project is approved, it should be contingent upon the company receiving an agreement with PJM to participate in the wholesale market, which is an education benefit for this type of project. With that, I will turn it over to Kevin Zong.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Kevin Zong with staff on DPL's Ocean City project. This project affects several feeders that serve over 11,000 customers, residential and commercial as well, in an area which DPL considers capacity constrained. Since those feeders have been relatively reliable in the past, reliability improvement potential has not been quantified, and therefore the project offers no deferral avoidance values of any traditional T&D upgrades. So this has obviously hurt the cost-effective calculation of this project. But staff observes that DPL has planned in this area an ASR, automatic sectionalization restoration scheme, that actually will go into service the fourth quarter of this year, and noted that the scheme can take advantage of the battery installation to provide quicker restoration. Additionally, DPL will discuss the possibility of forming a microgrid with the neighboring library. So therefore, if we compare the Ocean City projects with the other utility-owned and operated projects in Fairhaven, we noticed that since it does not offer any deferral or P&D benefits, it provides similar insights, but not the same kind of benefits. Also, staff is aware there has been resistance in the past in building infrastructure, and then staff's position is to recommend a rejection at this time. But the staff would also recommend that DPL take another look to see if VPP at Ocean City would be less costly than it is proposing at the Elk Neck location. All right, if no question here, I'm going to touch on the Pepco National Harbor. It's utility-owned and third-party operated. It is a load-driven project because the Pepco is projecting at the National Harbor site, there will be a 1% overload in 2027 and a 2% overload in 2028. And the solution to that overload is the building of a brand new substation at a pretty substantial cost. So due to this cost, the deferral of building that substation would come very close to make the project cost effective. The issue or the question staff is raising here is the timing of the project. Because of the need is in the future, Pepco is planning for this new substation not happening until 2024, but the battery installation is proposed to be in service by the end of 2021. So there is at least a 2-year gap. Then I'm going to hand it over to Ben to discuss the implications.
Right, and so this gets, we had a question earlier regarding our views on optionality. And I think we have a concern, and this is where we could see optionality go both ways depending on timing. If the storage was being deployed in the year that you needed to deploy the storage unit, or sorry, the T&D unit, that's really when you should be evaluating the optionality and why it might be appropriate to set the optionality value at 0. But since they are choosing to deploy the storage at an earlier date than 2024, you now have the risk of the forecast disappearing before the cost of the project actually needed to occur. So in fact, that load forecast could actually work against the storage project in this case. So it wouldn't be completely inappropriate to find a negative optionality benefit. Though I do acknowledge our negative optionality benefit is driven by a mathematical calculation of that storage, 1, being deployed earlier than necessary, and 2, we were studying the optionality of it only in a single year, but still assuming that the benefit, sorry, not benefit, but the cost for the T&D unit would still have to occur the following year. So because of this, we are requesting that Pepco just reevaluate if any of its other distribution projects that it considered could benefit from storage deployment that fall within the PUA authorized timeline. This would, 1, hopefully resolve some of our risk associated with this forecast possibly changing in the future. And additionally, we wouldn't need to extend the pilot study timeframe to ensure that we were able to report what we're required to report to the Maryland General Assembly. All right, Kevin.
So the Montgomery Bus Depot project on Pepco, third-party owned and operated, and staff believes, as the discussion has gone before, this one is the most straightforward because we found it to be cost-effective, because it actually would replace an upgrade needed, which is a building of a new feeder at this location, and is going to offer resiliency benefits, and specifically, it furthers the state policy goals of enabling the EV charging. So here, we're recommending approval of this project. All right, next slide, and PE's proposals. So there is, given the recent modified proposal from PE, where Beta Orleans has been withdrawn, so we're considering the Tongue Hill project here only. So unlike BG&E and the Pepco's load-driven projects, PE's projects, both of them actually, were reliability. The historic background on this is both Tongue Hill and Beta Orleans, which are closely located, have been chronicle poor performing feeders. In the past, PE has been implementing traditional remediation approaches, which comprise of vegetation management, where the cost in a typical year is between $20,000 and $50,000. So in its April filing, he outlined this T&D project, which we may call conventional, also traditional, that is to tie to another nearby feeder, which is substantially more at over $1 million. Next slide, please. So in the April filing, the spend is projected to be about 1.7 million. And in the July 7th filing, this amount was upgraded over 2 million because the additional right-of-way permit charges for the state forest is included. And also, he included another alternative, that is to undergrounding about 7,000 feet of the distribution line that is at the higher cost. So in this revised petition, he has recalculated the first of this roughly $2 million project and included this in this cost-benefit analysis. That thing is a departure from his previous position because, as also indicated by data discovery response on DR 1.2 and 128 to OPC, when asked about the exact timing of the tying the traditional T&D spend, and Potomac Edison's answer does not yet know the exact timing when it is going to happen. So therefore, prior to this filing, staff was not aware that this project would go ahead with certainty. But still, given the historically poor reliability performance of these feeders, staff think this is a great opportunity for the commission to consider reliability in this context. Next, I'm going to hand it over to Ken.
Thank you, Kevin. And so for Potomac Edison's proposals, staff is requesting one of two actions. We believe it'd be appropriate to defer consideration or reject the project without prejudice at this time until September, so that the Town Hill project can be considered in conjunction with the Little Orleans project. Little Orleans and Town Hill were effectively providing the same distribution benefits when proposed, and so as we believe it'd be appropriate to still consider them simultaneously to determine which one would be more cost effective and would provide greater educational opportunities for us as a commission going forward. Alternatively, if the commission still wishes to review these projects at this time, staff would just request that parties be given some additional time to perform discovery and examine Potomac Edison's revised proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. I think you heard from Ms. Harold that it sounds like the utility is willing to hold both projects together until such time when the second one is filed. But she did make quite clear, at least I heard, that she was rather clear in that they're committed to moving forward with the $2 million and change undergrounding project if the proposal, the Town Hill proposal, is not approved. Does that change staff's position at all?
I don't know. We would have to consider it more, and this would be what the additional time is for. But we did provide in our analysis to the commission a low and high cost benefit analysis that considered the company being acceptable for these distribution upgrades to be accepted as they were going forward. And both under that consideration, just as PE has found, it was not cost effective. But as discussed in our filing with the commission, the Little Orleans and Town Hill, we were willing to still accept one of the two. We just wanted to accept one of the two that was going to provide a greater bang for their buck, possibly. And so that's why we were making that recommendation. Now, if both projects are guaranteed to be avoiding a distribution upgrade, staff would need to consider a little longer if it's still acceptable to approve both, because they would be both providing similar education opportunities. So if they're not cost effective, does it make sense to get the same education opportunity if they're not both cost effective. So that would be that'd be the risk of us approving both.
I understand your position there, and not speaking for the other commissioners, I would feel much more comfortable having both proposals before me to make a decision rather than just the one at this time. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Did you have more to present, or
just two more slides? This really deals with the non-quantifiables and the I guess going forward with determining pilot metrics. And so the utilities, as discussed, have proposed several non-quantifiable benefits, and staff believes it is appropriate to use these in our evaluation. But we are concerned, having reviewed what was given to us, if how measurable these are, because the non-quantifiable benefits really represent those benefits we couldn't put a monetary value to. So a good example of this is NOx, where the work group was unable to determine a monetary value for NOx, but it's still something that we could define and track over time. But other projects where the utility might be claiming some future benefit that could be coming from I don't know, electric vehicle deployment or hosting capacity, it is plausible. But we just want to see that these metrics are trackable, so that we can actually determine if the storage project is actually helping incent growth in these areas, or if they're just occurring naturally without the deployment of storage. And so, if a utility is going to claim the non-quantifiable benefit, we just believe it'd be more appropriate first to have a valid way of tracking and measuring that benefit. And then finally, program pilot parameters. Staff in our report outlined similar parameters as dictated in BGE's prepaid pilot program, and believe it'd be appropriate to use similar parameters when designing the pilot programs for these storage projects. While designing these parameters, we believe that, of course, all of them we must adhere to the PUA reporting timelines and ensure that all of our data collection efforts align with that. We did provide some initial reporting parameters in our filing to the commission, but even with all of this, we believe it would be appropriate to reconvene the work group to develop more firmly what those pilot parameters are and the data collection, especially as we start to solidify which projects we're going to use going forward. And so with that, staff is available for questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Do commissioners have questions of Kevin or Benjamin? Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have a couple of questions. First, I tried to get in before I moved on from BGE, but you were on a roll, so I figured I'd let you go. But I asked a question earlier of BGE and Mr. Herson regarding the company's inclusion of some of the costs for the BESS projects in their multi-year rate filing. And I wanted to get his thoughts on the impact a decision here would have on that proceeding in the other docket. And I promised at the time that I'd also give staff an opportunity to raise this and respond to that same question. So giving you that opportunity now.
Yes, Kevin, I believe you were going to speak to this.
Yes, Commissioner Linton. Yes, we are aware. We agree with BG&E because this winter contingency already occurred once, noticing some load shedding, and therefore we feel the need it needs to address this issue in its multi-year planning. However, we noticed that in the filing, so far as the staff is aware of, only the battery portion of Fairhaven was included, along with other supporting project that would reconduct a certain part of another circuit. So that is the engineering analysis behind this, but there are two questions that we don't have full answers yet. One is if, as BGE claimed, two battery projects need to be implemented together to address this contingency. At this point, the Chesapeake Beach project was not in the current project. Also, additionally, we were not aware that with the BAT 9619, there is a sister project of reconductoring certain part of the neighboring feeder, and which is already underway, and the portion there, the cost of that particular project was not factored into benefit analysis for this case.
Okay, I heard most of that. I think you were breaking up a little bit, but I appreciate the answer. I'm thinking it might be on my connection on my end as opposed to on yours. Can you hear me? Am I coming through okay?
Commissioner, you're coming through clearly now, and Kevin came through clearly.
Okay.
So you might be able to pick up his answer on the YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I'll tune in and see if I can catch it. Get our numbers up. My other question had to do generally with the process forward the staff would recommend from here. In your comments, you said you recommended approval of one of the projects. There were several that you had several concerns about, and there was I think 2 that the staff had rejected at this time. Obviously, there were different places for each of them. So the statute gives us the option to reject it outright, to approve with some modifications, to approve as is. If the commission wanted to approve them all, for example, but with modifications, is there a process that staff would recommend we proceed with from here? What would staff say would be the next steps? We've identified some of the challenges that staff has found in each of the different ones, and People's Council did as well. So what type of process would the staff recommend we follow from here?
Originally, when we thought about this, the idea was to give the companies so the PUA gives them 3 months after a rejection to refile addressing the concerns. And so staff thought that might be the appropriate process for them to file. So give PEPCO additional time to see if a different project could be deferred in place of National Harbor, or if maybe it's not a deferral, at least additional grid benefits during the study timeline. And that would be the same for the Elk Neck versus Ocean City project, though Ocean City, our concerns were much more tied around that we're not really, it's not as cost effective, and we're not getting, we're going to get similar education opportunities from the Fairhaven and the Potomac Edison projects. And so it was more firm on that one, I believe. And then PE, obviously, we think it would just be, as already been discussed, we think that one should be considered in September so we can look at the whole proposal holistically. So I believe for the PEPCO and DPL recommendations, our original idea was give the companies 3 months to go back and see if they can come up with alternative proposals to address these concerns. Of course, we can think of other ways to approach this if we want to consider approval, but with modifications. I haven't really given much thought to how that would happen. But that is something we could consider, whether that's a collaborative process or allowing the companies to come back with proposals on a shorter time frame.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. It's good to know that at least we have a couple of options that we could think about. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Baker.
Good afternoon.
DPL responded to some of your questions about the virtual power plant. Are you still thinking they should look at Ocean City, or, I think they responded and said that it's really not appropriate and gave some reasons why. Do you still think it's appropriate that they look at Ocean City?
Yes, I think, though, from the perspective of they're looking at the idea of a virtual power plant only, if we're only considering it for residential customers, then I agree with them. But if we're assuming that a virtual power plant can go behind other customers' meters, I don't think it's completely inappropriate to consider that virtual power plant, especially if we know that the local government has not been thrilled with that site being used before, though I am encouraged to understand that there have been discussions and that they seem to be considering some form of land swap that might mitigate that issue. And so, and another thing is a number of their quantifiable benefits would, in fact, potentially all of them would still occur if they were at the Ocean City. If you're looking at the peak reductions, both were supposed to be summer reductions at that circuit. PJM market revenues really should not be contingent upon the customer being present or at that location. And so really it gets into the unquantifiables of how is that storage assisting customers at time of outages. And so that might be where Elk Neck might be more superior than Ocean City if Elk Neck is a primary residential feeder, and so the residents would be, and also, I don't know if it's primarily, but based off data requests we received, they seem to be insinuating that Ocean City would be less useful due to it being summer occupied mostly by customers. And so Elk Neck would potentially give us some more insight into how residential customers would use it, though I don't think I don't know what the restrictions are on a multifamily unit using a storage project, though that probably is more commercial in nature than residential in nature.
Okay. So help me, I'm looking at your position on page 74, well, of your original comments, because that's what I have in front of me, and the other one's on the computer, but talking about the return on the third-party payment that I talked about with the Exelon companies.
Yes, that would. Sorry, go ahead.
Tell me where you stand on that issue.
Right. Yulia, would you please take this question?
Good afternoon. Yulia Poborowski on behalf of staff. As we noted in our comments, and the reference is correct, page 74, 75 of staff's comments filed on June 19. We question Exelon's need for to capitalize and earn a return on third-party O&M expenses. We believe that recovering these expenses through the rate case after the like incremental O&M expenses would be more appropriate than capitalizing into reg asset. That's staff's position on that.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure because it wasn't completely clear. I think that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. Are there any additional questions before we wrap up today? Well, hearing none of staff, thank you, staff. That was a very comprehensive filing that you made, nearly 100 pages, reviewing the 8 proposals that we had. Now we're down to 7. So the commission is under statutory mandate to issue an order on these proposals by next spring. Obviously, we've heard from some of the utilities that a determination on a more expedited basis will ensure that the project's contracts can be signed and they could be developed in 12 to 18 months and meet the PUA deadline of February 2022. So the commission will take all of this under advisement, work towards producing an order based on what we've heard today and everything that has been filed. These presentations were very helpful, particularly responding to other concerns. So those will be made a part of the record. Do any of the parties, either the utilities or the state agencies, have any requests of the bench before we adjourn today? No questions. Okay. Very good. Well, that concludes our proceeding today in this case. I'd just like to thank our senior advisor, Molly Knoll, who has worked with most of the parties. She has been our lead advisor on the energy storage project, as well as to all the members of our energy storage work group and our work group leader, Judge Kristen Lawrence. It's been a heavy lift for the past couple of years. We're not done yet. We're not done until we cut the ribbon on some of these energy storage projects. But there's obviously a lot of issues that we're going to need to address as we deliberate. So Thank you again for everybody for participating today. This hearing is adjourned.